3rd November 914 named Old Bailey Defense Antechamber. So time's finally come. So I went unravel everything. Fuck my throat. I count on your support more than ever today, Mr. Sato. Okay, I know it's a slight spoiler. Do we ever see the other girl again? She's like prominently on the cover and she appears 1 out of 10 cases. And it's a tutorial, or it's the first case of this game. I'm assuming she appears in this, because why would she be like prominently on the box? The fucking girl, the second girl, the defendant in the first case in part 2. I don't understand. She's like the 5th biggest person on the box. Susato. Like, she's bigger than Sherlock Holmes on the box, I'm pretty sure. She's bigger than the blonde Gina girl. She's prominently on the cover despite being useless. What's the matter, Mr. Naruto? I don't know why she's like so prominent on the box. Turn up the volume. How about no, sir? Oh, I was just saying I'll be relying on your support today, but I'm so sorry, of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but shan't let you down. But yeah, she's right beside Susato on the box. Yet for some reason, she's barely a character. You might as well have the bad guy of case 1 on the box. Mind helping me on my feet then? I'll do a little sorry. Sato's son isn't her usual self at all, but that's hardly surprising, I suppose. Just found out her father's partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention. Good morning, sir. Lord Von Zeeks. Thank you all of your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just I hope we can clear things up today. Really can't make this man out. His face says, I hate you. His words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Von Zeeks isn't a Reaper, Mr. Naruto. Good point. 99 Lucky Terms, welcome back 48 months, Nelson 6525, welcome back 16 months, and Loda Bun, welcome back 64 months earlier. Reaper, I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. My tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend, that led to all this. Not to blame for that, Lord Von Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply and the public started calling it that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, cleansed her as the spirit returned as some sort of demigod to wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. And I lost him. Also, I lost my guide in life. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by over-imaginative public. Oh, it's extremely important to you. Lord Clint Von Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth, that's all that matters. I know you didn't take anyone's life. I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. Never thought I'd say this. See it in your eyes, that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I have to get a refresher. Oh, we're still in that case, right? Grayson's one. I see. Can't deny it any longer. I'm assuming this part will be much shorter than the conspiracy trial. Can't deny any longer. You're a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Tell me, why do I detect a scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Iris, when did you get here? I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him clear his head. Why, thank you. Oh, hee hee. That's surely the first and last time I ever see a sight like this. It seemed different today, or so sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Sif's laboratory. Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying. Thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. I got lots to get ready. Get ready for what? Oh yes. You like this, huh? Is that not what little felt dolls usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm little Hurley made once. Hurley looks more like a Hurley to me. For some reason you completely ran out of options in the trial today. Pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can, what? Pull his ears. That's right, it's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Well. It's gonna be gun! I think what we need is luck. Gun! What a charming little remedy for Mr. Sholmes. I suppose this is how Iris sees him. You're alright, Mr. Naruto. Your eyes are veritably born into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. What do you suppose happened if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? Boom! No, it's a bomb! I'm sure we'll find out when the time is right. Come a proper gentleman, you must on the store pitch since I want to know. Bomb! No witnesses. I just need to peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different than normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know, he was out all night. He hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. I see. Professor Miko Toba out all night, do you think, Mr. Sato? It seems so. I telegrammed his hotel this morning. Apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Jikoku. Jikoku's dead. There's too many people alive who know about the conspiracy. If only more of them disappeared. Judge Jikoku knows too much. That's right, nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Wow. Counsel or defense or defendant. Court's about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Do not worry, we'll solve the mystery. Us old people have to solve the mystery. They're dead, sir. Next scene, their bodies. Good luck then, Reno. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. What is that noise outside? Hey, Mr. Ripper. Hope it goes well. It's good, I think, for the delicious tea. It's very soothing. Now I'm so glad. Let's go inside now, Lord Von Zeeks. Huh. Lord Von Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor who had the law horns within court. Not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. Best friend Kazuma Sogi, who I trust more than anyone else in Ziverlu. I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Let's fight with honor. If only the Irish guy didn't die so fast. I really thought he would somehow survive for a bit. And be the final bad guy for the first game, but no. He just jobs. 3rd November, 9:30 a.m. Old Bailey courtroom. Yeah, they sort of wasted him by just immediately killing him off. It was even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. Yeah, And then they had a filler case in between. Cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Smarto, look. Wow, Lord Strongheart, I'm not a villain. Today I will be in the trial, as an observer, of course. As I must have known beforehand. Ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, subsequent unlawful shooting of the man. Revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. Jesus, he's huge. And one over which I, Male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. You are now guilty. Goodbye. Sixter's flames just. As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, somewhat to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. It is a fair trial. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Von Zieks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Well, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Baruch Von Zieks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsel to the prosecution defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? Defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was assigned to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. In those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the cabin in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside him as means of self-preservation, because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barsley Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He formally admitted to posing as Gregson was investigating a red-headed league. Brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. Events yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. Prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Solgi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense suggestion could not be ruled out. Entirely possible Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I've here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. Official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday that the time of death was 5 p.m. on the 1st November. No indications of attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. I don't support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept a new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements, conceivably he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Well, I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities. Scotland Yard put enormous effort in investigating the precise matter yesterday. They came up with nothing. Let us continue the trial, and Scotland Yard once again did nothing. I think we should begin by presenting results of that investigation work. We've investigated ourselves and we've discovered nothing. That is all. Prosecution calls its first witness now. Say your name and occupation to the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting, representative of Scotland Yard. Self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina again. We ran out of models, come on. What's your problem, Otto? What's with that Gina again, okay? Boss meant the world to me. He's done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me life can have a purpose. That's why I'm the best person he's standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, Al, out of the goodness of Gregson's heart, not at all he had his arm twisted by Mr. Shomps now. What's relevant to these proceedings is the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday. As revealed, the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face, Lord Strongheart knew. Who could have done this? So, Inspector Lestrade, that's exactly what it says in that report. Come right up, sir. Victims' movements. All yard detectives supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told, but a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook to add a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job on him, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. Matters most is, there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Smuggled goods. I don't know, do I? Telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, teas, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow in London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. Police are rarely able to locate them in time. Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets. Suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of investigations being leaked to the involved parties. Explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge. Do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? A particular room at a certain exclusive London gentleman's club, and on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That's it. Can't be, we haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barak von Zeeks, was present. That'll be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but Lord von Zeeks made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord von Zeeks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well then, counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination, not a villain. All your detained supposed to follow orders, yada yada. Little search of the boss's office, turned up a notebook, a little secret meeting. Hold it! So you went through Inspector Gregson's things. Yep, part of the impending Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. Snuck into his office when no one else was about. Because if anyone at the Yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. And what the hell, who was investigating Gregson then? Sound less and less like an investigation, more and more like something else. Prosecution understands it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. Got that right. Probably gets past Inspector Lestrade and her trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. Found that hidden in the desk drawers at a false bottom. That's impressive. So I went, hide myself where no one could find me and have a butcher's that was written into it. Anyway, at the yard I'd found me out, they'd have had turked me straight on the street, yes. Giving it in now, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it would have never been found. Wait, do I have it? You fucker, let me see it.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea where those dealings are taking place? Let me see the book! Oh, here in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Nah, there's no enemy interest in the second game. They had no budget. I remember I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? Consider what the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. Oh yeah, sure. I don't know what the fuss is about. That's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. This isn't even open to the public. This is so dumb. And I could too. I got this reading game button up now. Can I show what it can do? Go on, what's the charm? Judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Insist? This is a closed court. Proceedings are confidential. Shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. Prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. Prosecution has no objection. Kazuma trap card. He put a trap card so we'd allow it. There's no question Inspector Gregson was looking at these black market dealings, however. Not yet been established that he was on that particular trail the day in question. Defense requires to know the club's name. The prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Right then, I get to show off my reading skills. So, B... Boo... The Grooves... Groove... Gosh, you can't read, can you? The Goes...
Hold it!
The Grooves? What sort of clothes is that? The Gurs... The Gur... Grooves... Grouse... I hate the foggies. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But, I'm kinda curious. Goose. Not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. I looked in the mirror recently. Tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Could you, though? Pick out a few good marks, see what else I could find while I was in there. I don't really think you should go pick it out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were gonna take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower ranking detective said, y'all reckon. Says even lower ranking detective. Good job, none of the coppers weren't onto it yet. Can I open this? Let's have a look inside. Oh, what the fuck? I never opened this. I was given... When was I given this? This was Gina's, right? Seeing this huge gash across the side of the trunk here, conveniently a knife stuck there. Gone right through the letter into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this has been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. Appears to be a passport authorizing the travel overseas. It's not that Gregson about to go from abroad then. What's the date of departure? Tell us something else. Oh, what is it? 31st October, one day before the incident. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. You see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk here. It's glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. It's wedged in so tightly you can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. There's dark stain here. You think it's ketchup? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. What? I knew you were gonna say that, but ketchup presumably means this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. What's the logical conclusion? Yes, I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. Didn't know any better. I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. What? Sure, I mean, possibly. Yeah, grease stain. Sure, all my grease stains are fucking blood red. Right? When you look at it, if you're like colorblind, it sort of looks like a grease stain, I guess, you know. Red fish chips, definitely red. Yes. Guess not. Inspector Gregson to come to find about in that case. That's a question, ain't it? I'm just apprentice, so why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. That suits you, yes? Point is, something went on that club, no question. Can't say it for certain, or surely. What matters most is witnesses saw the Reaper at the place. Hold it! Lord Von Zieks was at the club. He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday made inquiries confirmed it. Several members of the board have seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. Looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. What Lord Von Zieks is investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? That's already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook. Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Similarly, then there are also eyewitnesses who can testify Gregson was there. None have been identified at this time, no. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Well, why ain't you asking Inspector Lestrade here then, because Scotland Yard is useless? That's all I've got to work with. Gina's not on back to ice-cold Starvers, is she? I don't know what to make of all this. Lord Von Zieks told us he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the Inspector the day before the incident. I don't think Lord Von Zieks could have been lying to us, do you? Not the only way to explain this. If everything Lord Von Zieks told us is true, there must be a mistake in the testimony somewhere. You mean there are details we've yet to uncover exactly? A clue perhaps even Gina hasn't noticed. We should be looking for here. Hold it! So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? Oh. Boss always had special orders from me. Grab us some fish and chips or go and give Toby his grub, that kind of thing. Yeah, so errands more than orders then. This detective is still an apprentice after all. Yeah, well, apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigation into what happened. Didn't even find much at first.
Objection!
This lesson exists fundamental inconsistency. No one in any British court would recognize this remember, this is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know. Should I be wondering if I'll make it out of this room alive?
Hold it!
week. I'd recognize this name. Details on rap cases, yada yada, years aren't they? People from 10 years is brown off age, look, out of interest. Recent thing is the red-headed, yes, okay. Same red-headed league advertisement Sean's picked out. Remember there was a red hair piece of the scene too. Inspector Gregson, exponent of the red-headed league. Already converted that, yada yada. What's this Naruto look? Yes, it's a smudge of some kind, in fact. Just like a handprint. Nah, the color that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Inspections I don't know why I can't skip some of the dialogue I've seen. Click on it here. Oh, I was supposed to present this, not the fucking chest. Okay. I was supposed to present that one. Okay, yeah. 1 week. Police business. Okay, let's see.
Objection!
I'm not here for cats are depends on a subject. Fuck, what's the point of the grouse? Maybe it's a red herring. Okay. No contradiction other than the fact that Far Eastern lawyers practicing in a British court. Thereby not so far away, Lord Chief Justice. Should remember.
Objection!
Nice. Am I supposed to say the Reaper's not supposed to be there? Fuck. This testimony sucks. Fuck. I think I'm just gonna auto lose here. What the fuck? Camburger's from Starlock like 29 months. Let me pull on the fucking Lucky Charm, I've already lost. Yeah, so the face really blindly cracked. Look, what a shame when Inspector Cleo looked out so carefully. Sholmes could prepare an audience. Should think so. He's very adept at making things like this. You smell that around. Karamy's a great detective. No, not all. Oh, John, man. This testimony is so dumb because it doesn't establish where the fuck Gregson is. It establishes something completely different. Fuck. This case is already over. I'm already stumped. Fuck. The grouse somewhere else, but I'm unsure. Is this some sort of steamship ticket? This is grouse. Oh, first class cabin 001. Yokohama departure. I've never actually fucking looked at the back of this. September 11th, London around 1st November. Ah, that's the boat Professor Mikotoba and Dojiko came from Japan, is it? I think it's called Dunkirk, the North Coast of France, for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover in the SS Burya. Shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? I agree. I have mine safe in my diary. Keep mine in my wallet, sadly, with me at all times. Ah, strange, where could it have gone? You like this on purpose, you smiled. I imagine it was that comment accompanied by a little sigh. How convenient.
Objection!
This is such a dumb... Wait, is it... this better not actually be what's happening, because Scotland Yard is so fucking incompetent. Forget about these clubs that exist here in Britain, as I understand it. Places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure the contraband dealers are definitely out in and out a club called the Grouse? Police are currently looking for evidence. Police are currently at their desks, not doing anything, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What? We're incompetent? I don't understand. What do you mean by that? So, Scotland Yard literally did nothing here except find the name. In a place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on 31st of October. May not have been a gentleman's club at all. So what did Scotland Yard do? The only thing they figured out was the name. They didn't even get the fucking club right. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force and council. Really? Because they're fucking useless. So, you guys had an entire day, and all you could come up with was a name, and that's it. You didn't even get the fucking place right. Wasn't a gentleman's club? Then what was it? Are you serious? A steamship? How do you mix the two up? Hey, someplace called the Grouse. Are we gonna investigate it? Nope. Gonna look it up? Nope. Are we gonna do anything? Nah, let's get lunch. You think it's a ship? They probably misspelled it too. It's probably not in the Grouse. It's probably something else. They probably didn't even get the name right. That was the only thing they needed to do. Have evidence to prove it here. And this evidence is so dumb because it's something irrelevant to the cases. Let me see that. It's a piece of paper. Dark-suited young man is not least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. SS Grouse.
Objection!
So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. There is no club, is there? Afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. Oh, how? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. Ship arrived at port of Dover on 1st November. Day in which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, the day in question here, 1st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission. The ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. And where is this fucking club? There is no Grouse Club, is there? Sort of make an undercover investigation. Someone challenged it. The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense assertion the victim was investigating SS Grouse in the day in question. And show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence substantiates your claim the victim was investigating SS Grouse. What I don't fucking get is how did Scotland Yard even get a name? Did they have a dartboard? Throw a dart and they're like, fuck it, Grouse. He was probably at the Grouse. Like, how do they think it's a club if he's on a fucking boat? What the fuck is Scotland Yard doing? Like, how did he even get the name without knowing it's a boat? Yeah, it sounds like a club. So it's a passport or travel issue to the victim. Yeah, they investigated his fucking desk and that was it. Investigation over. Let's go get lunch. It's 3 p.m. Let's get lunch again. I'm hungry again. They literally did zero investigation. What are they doing? Do they have phones in Scotland Yard? Papers? Anything? Or are they not allowed to leave the room? Okay, 31st October, what are you suggesting? Suggestion on one day before the inspector's body was discovered. There's a distinct possibility he was even in the country. Yes, Scotland. It's like, what the? Fucking Scotland. He's probably somewhere. We have investigated his desk and found nothing. You know, I haven't seen him in like 2 weeks. He's probably somewhere nearby. Order, order. Documents for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. Day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? Impressed. No, I am not impressed. How is Scotland Yard so incompetent? I don't understand. He wasn't even in the fucking country. So that was Scotland Yard's investigation. They couldn't even figure out if he was in the country. They don't even know where he is. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? Prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. Oh, I guess we were wrong. Strike that part out. We'll redo it. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and a line prosecution have been asked to follow. Personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? Not have you expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? Courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception. Let me guess, this was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? Reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper. Order, order. What are you saying, counsel? Prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. Discovered the location of a man's secret hideout. He was killed, as I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. Right. Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper.
I'm ready to
Payday Dragon. Never started with like 46 months, so you're saying the mission he was undertaking was obviously an assassination, not harebrained. Eric Von Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast-iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. You claim that Inspector Gregson... What the hell you're saying? Hey, my boss, we never done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also had the same conclusion, didn't we? Inspector Gregson was operating as a Reaper. Even so, there's no way the person giving him his orders was Lord Von Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Baron Von Zieks is not the Reaper. Predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. Even if it's true Gregson's operating as agent of the Reaper. Suggesting that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, counsel? Absolutely. Very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Yasumiko Toba and Joji Cook were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, someone would have heard about it. Hey, that's so funny. You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. Precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade, eh? What? Victim's notebook that you read excerpts from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. When you give an answer, it's not like 50 months. Describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying, even if all them bludgers got taken out and had it coming. Boss weren't the Reaper. Or Gina. There's no question Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. He may just be an apprentice, but if you spend any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I know nothing, I don't believe a word of it. I'll testify again as representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't. I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. I'm not agent, so I'm quick. 39 months. Meager, welcome back. 58. Let me. Boom. Reaper's notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. And the last entry near 31st October. It said grouse were placed on the date, then the name of the mark. There's a note about him being a criminal Galway Reaper in the court 10 years ago or something. Be honest, Salt Boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating a Reaper, that's all. Alright, on the third apart, but sir. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony. Witness require only established fact here. This is so hard for her. You can't deny it now. Surely Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. Assassin. Information the victim could have only have known. He was working with the Reaper. So, who was to be his final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court, Monkus. What's the name? The name that's written alongside the entry mentions the grouse on 31st October. Oh, it's gonna be the dad. Okay. Oh, you read this then. Oh, I suddenly can't read anymore. Reading's still not her strong suit. Ain't the problem right, Odo? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. Someone from overseas, someone Japanese. Let me have a bash at it. Sejiro. Yeah, Seshiro. Jin-O Goku. It's the judge, maybe. What? Can't be. It's Shiroji Goku. It's Judge Jigoku. Shiroji Goku, certainly not an English name. You're right.
Objection!
That can't be right. No, Judge Goku. Saw him the day before yesterday here in London. He's already dead. Wow. He's dead, sir. So I know for a fact the man hasn't been assassinated, or do you? As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector. Personally. Reaper of the course being the accused, Barak von Zeeks. It's an undeniably logical argument. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go as well alone.
Hold it!
Wow. My wine is back. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. Lord von Zeeks. Accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. Return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. There's one thing I can say unequivocally. The girl is no detective. Oof. Hey, what? Nah, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeated rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper. Who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago? But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Naruto, this is our chance. My lord, defense request, defendant be allowed to speak. May be privy to important information relating to testimony just given by the witness. Very well, I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast to the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. Poof. At once, my lord. Me lord. I have a law so the Reaper got house 10 years. Names, victim, dates, placed on last entry was 31st October. Names of the victims, dates, places, and stuff. One in particular. Well, beside the victim's names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again. You mean Assassin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours, somehow, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin? Oh, what the assassin? Assassin. It's like Hodor. Assassin. What, like a killer, you mean? Gregson was a tactician when it came with the plan of attack. Investigate the marks thoroughly, find out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. Person actually executing his plans with someone else, you're saying? That's true. And the Reaper does indeed to start sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Perhaps what it said in the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. That additional person have been clearly the assassin who was meant to take Sashiro Jigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that against the final entry listed Grouse and Sanshiro Jigoku, what name was written? Oh wow. That's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was she not? Oh, infuriating. Nameless assassin. Say Grouse for the police on that date, then name the mark.
Hold it!
Indeed a criminal who got away. I don't mean a criminal. Judge Yukoku's no criminal. Wow. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Remember what Father told us, that Judge Yukoku did once appear in court here in Britain. Related to Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course. You're right. Shiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. Depends how much time you have Destruction. It's very likely the game will go on sale, because Capcom games usually go on sale. I just don't know when the next big sale would be. But, yeah. So if you have a big backlog already, you might wait. But, yeah, if you like these kind of games, it's still solid. But yeah, Capcom games usually go on sale. He was carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Also said contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. He did what? I say we hang him, sir. Hang him, sir. To the gallows. What? It was a pitiful situation, yes. Forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too as it happens. You did? Considered an adjunct to professor proceedings, you see, but he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. Well, no. Suggests that the reason Judge Iko was targeted for assassination. Man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd. Take someone's life for that. Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who've been found innocent. Clearly the rule by which the man operates. Beyond the sane person's comprehension. What? By that logic, shouldn't Gina be killed? Because Gina was one of the defendants.
Hold it!
And Gina's still in Britain, so Gina should be dead by now. Saying the mark list was Sashiruji Goku. And what it said, funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. Pleased to have lost my crown now. Shikoku is presiding judge for Japan's Supreme Court of Judiciary. I remember the man who came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago, studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Iku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his reparation was organized immediately. Mystery why a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. Why such a man? I think it was possible Moody Knees got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking.
Hold it!
Shitty testimony. So you have complete faith that Inspector Gregson's innocent in all this. Of course I do, I mean, I own that, don't I? Because he's the only person who had faith in me. Gina. Boss promised me he did. Promised me even though I was just a diver, he could turn me into a top-notch detective. A cold with good heart like that ain't gonna go robbing people of their futures, is he? Every single person killed by the Reaper was a criminal of the first order. No lives like that have no punctuation about robbing hundreds of others from the futures. Eh? Their ludicrous acquittals in court gave them the freedom to make hundreds more suffer. I don't. So what? You justified your actions because you were protecting innocent people's futures. I'm not suggesting that the Reaper's methods are justified at all. Life isn't black and white, that's all I'm saying. That's what we have to work with. May I hope as the Lord Von Zeus is in the sand too, yes, perhaps. Sure Gina knows nothing she hasn't already told us how much more I've heard. You notice how Kazuma son reacted to Lord Von Zeus' words when he called him even more sinister Reaper, you mean? Sure Kazuma intends to eliminate any shred of doubt the man is guilty. He's looking for revenge against a person he considers to be his father's killer after all. Don't worry if we fail to find a discrepancy in this testimony somewhere, the trial may end. And adjudication won't go in our favor. Let's listen carefully again to what everyone's saying. I missed this one.
Hold it!
In other words, shows Gregson's basic activities as a Reaper. Not you and all, it ain't the only explanation, is it? Could have been investigating the Reaper in secret. Nope, had to say what we found out. If I may. Originally, people began referring to me as the Reaper. I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal class and compliance to the law to be beneficial. You carried out your own investigations of the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could take them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. You at its head? I had spies at the yard keep me abreast of Gregson's movement. Let me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd be able to check the most recent entry in the book. I knew the location. I knew it said grouse. Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went out there on the day in question to investigate it because it was a club. So that explains why I still remember the club claimed to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship. There we go! So he has a fucking alibi. Alright, case closed. Docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Well, that's game over. Very well then, back to your testimony at the contents of the snowboat that he didn't kill. Fine. Something wrong with Naruto. You seem a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh. Oh, it's alright. Overthinking this, aren't I? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's a press all one, isn't it? Right, out enough of this. Yeah, it's a press all. Okay. Gina. Oh, it's nonsense about the boss plan to kill people. It's cobblers. Come on, Ardo. Yes. Why ain't you saying nothing? Why? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? You gotta find a flaw. You do usually. Somebody's lying to you, no question. You gotta work out who it is. Please, for the boss. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. You garbage. Born garbage, stays garbage. You fired. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Mr. Strad, because you're garbage. You're poor East End people. Is that clear? You're garbage. At it with a lot of your lies, every bleeding place you're looking this world in, and I have enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruto? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean? I'm not gonna let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Come on, help. We gotta find a flaw somewhere. Help. Help.
Hold it!
Thank you, Gina. Help me find my resolve. What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Ardo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... yes, there's an inconsistency I'm no said by. Was it him? Everything he says is inconsistent. What the fuck? Am I losing
Take
points?
that!
Okay, here we go. By you, Kazuma Sogi. Me? Is this some kind of attempt at filibuster in council? Uh-oh, Prosecutor Sogi's given no testimony. What are you suggesting? I said that was inconsistent. You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, imagine you realize what you've done. Uh-oh. What is it? Oh no! Better than counsel, go ahead. Passport? Evidence Rio is alleged inconsistent. Prosecutor said it was at the time of the passport.
Take that!
Uh-oh. So my initial impressions were correct. Oh no, this is nonsense. No! Accuse your best friend and back it up with that. Clearly, the realness can outdo I knew was dead. Struck down my best friend. I think you intended to point at Mr. Naruto was when Kazuma said, because at the time he was making his way to the steamship dock to the northern coast of France, shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk, yes. Yes, exactly it. Take it from your, oh, your expression, not gonna let this go. I made a mistake, that's all. Research said it was inconsistent. Does he mean the does he mean this? Fuck. If I lose here, I lose everything. I'm assuming he means the ship wasn't actually there.
Take that!
Ah, dead. Fuck. Reload. Oh, guilty. Waste enough time. Well, it's clear to me that any further discussion in this case will be fruitless. Bye. So, Barrack Von Zeke, so I'd like to think that, however misguided, you act out of a sense of justice nonetheless. Though it pains me to have reached this conclusion. Tears in me eyes. No. Wait, my lord. Wait. Just one shot. Courts of the findings of this court, I hereby pronounce defendant Barrack Von Zeke's guilty. View is okay. Everything's good now. Close business. Court is adjourned. Alright, let's go for lunch. Oh shit, you don't mean I have to reload from this part. I better save next time.
Hold it!
Here's where the steam ship. You mean the trunk, I guess, itself. Ah, fuck, I have to press everything. Fuck this, okay. I have to press everything, get that last info, then I'll save. There's a faster way to do this. Yeah, I have to restart from the initial cross-examination. Press alls are so fucking lame.
Hold it!
Ah! Especially when the testimony is garbage. Alright. Thought I could just retry from the scene, but hey.
Hold it!
Yada, your father's a loser just like you, alright? Double loser. Your two swords are terrible, you're a fucking weeaboo, you were never a samurai. You'll probably be cut down immediately. Oh, there we go, you have to do that. Always press this one and the first one. Okay. Oh, please. But sir, samurai were fucking weak, alright? Unless I believe your stories of how they had 5 weapons on them, apparently 5, like they had a spear, 2 swords, a fucking bow, fuck it, full armor, a shield even, fuck it. I'm convinced by your guys' testimony, samurai were fucking war gods. Probably had magic too, fuck it, why not? Had a pair of guns that are walking artillery. Alright, let's see.
Hold it!
Let us finish this farce.
Take that!
Alright, back to this part. Counsel, what evidence is inconsistent with Asogi?
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. Metal construction, is it? Certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain? Is it relatively fresh one too? What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Come on! You know what grease looks like? It's fucking transparent. Or it may be darkish, like brownish. Jesus. It would never turn something red. Fresh blood in the inspector's trunk. It suggests the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. Can't be, there was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk. Oh yeah, the crime scene. Cyril, that crime scene is a joke. Cyril, everyone yoinking stuff, yoink. Every goddamn East End person yoinking everything. There's probably like there's probably another body in that room and we just don't know because it was yoinked as well. Cyril. Open the cellar. I found it, me, with the nose for trouble. Everything's contaminated now. And who knows if the stuff... There maybe a gun might have been looted from the trunk, we don't know. Which means nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship out to the northern coast of France, shown by the passport found the victim's metal trunk. Oh, wow, assassin. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else could he have put his passport?
Objection!
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered possibility before, but Kazuma was there on the ship then. It can only have been for one purpose. Assassin. Oh no, Mr. Naruto, surely you don't think... Ho 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 ho, come on Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really tugs in courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proven nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day in the same place as the inspector. Who's there? Gregson. It's clear that you've overlooked the secret the trunk can tell us. Can't be sure at this point. Oh my god, are we really gonna look at his swords now? Christ. Alright, can't be sure at this point, need to verify, but I have a nasty feeling that I'm gonna be right. I'm gonna ask him to pull out his swords now. Accusation made is deeply disturbed. Nonetheless, we must test it. Defense will identify for the court where in this trunk the alleged clues to be found. What does the evidence ties Professor Sogi the Gregson? Take a look inside. He used his fucking sword instead of a knife, Christ. You see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk here. It's glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. It's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think.
Got it!
Saw a piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. Like the tip of a blade. Forbidden blade. A blade. Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today. It's the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer, Monk Smoke a Knife. Bailiff, watch prosecutor Zogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Draw the other blade then. What? It's broken. The forbidden blade. Oh no. The tip is broken. A fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword. The question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Sogi. But I thought it was forwarded 10 times. How does a case break it? That's really done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you and well deserved. mean to tell the court prosecutor Sogi. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. Additional person authorized to travel was me. The mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? The killer's name was omitted from this notebook. Upon the Reaper's orders, dispatched Genji Goku. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I've killed no one. Explain. Accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. I was pretending in the bank robbery. Sure, I was with everyone with a gun and pointing it at people. I was never gonna shoot anyone. I was just a victim, if anything. We're never gonna do it. Sure, I carried out all the, I made the bombs, planted them. I was never gonna detonate it. We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. I was the victim! General Genji Goku arrived safely in London the following day. 30th, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. We boarded the SS Grouse, made for the cabin deck as indicated in the plan. Went to Genji Goku's cabin. Exactly. He wasn't there though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Spent that night at a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk. Signature will be there in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then what became of Genji Goku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well and failed to complete the mission. Now with the Reaper in that room in Fresno Street, the report to failure caused an infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. Why are we going over this? I thought we established he's dead from the previous day. Alright, whatever. And end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. Wait, I don't understand. Has he refuted the sword? Wait, I don't understand. What the fuck? We showed evidence. Wait, what is this defense? This defense is this he died the next day, but we disproved that the previous case. Wait, what is this defense?
Objection!
The sword. The sword, he didn't even die that. But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. Oh, there we go. That is my defense. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of Japanese blade is irrelevant to the case. Accordingly, I choose to exercise my right through silence on that matter. Be it as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Must take immediate action now to verify whether Sashiro Jigoku remains unharmed. Wow. Where is he? What? Remains unharmed. Dun dun. You had too many dark flags. Should be our first priority. Recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. Dun 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 dun. Did you? Dun dun. A foreign dignitary invited Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours. It's only natural the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say I think Genji Goku may have been killed. Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal. What an army of assassins! Power and influence give orders from inside a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Flato, who said the Reaper's assassins went from 1 to 10. It was 0 to 10. Order in the court. Take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests have supposedly been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. The man can't be located within half an hour. He's dead. We'll have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Judge Jikoku. Oh no. Only what I call a harmless Japanese man who only arrived in the country. Except that is for the Reaper wanting to finish off the mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruto, for the defense's sake, my lord, sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Jikoku's health exists in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Let me guess, is Scotland Yard gonna be the one in charge of finding him? We looked all over our own office and didn't find him. Well, case closed. I'm gonna go to dinner. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Surely Scotland Yard will find him, or any evidence. He's probably somewhere. In fact, he's probably in, like, US or something. I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Kazuma Silent Reaper's assassin feels them in a nightmare. Hardly believe it either. On the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. It's a terrible sense of foreboding. Something awful has happened to Judge Jikoku. Then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. Out from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. Strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Fortunately though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. What the? You don't mean that? Rather, one last ear. Of course. No, Mr. Sholmes don't ask us. For some reason, he completely ran out of options in the trial today. And pull this lower Hurley's ears. Hard as he possibly can. But the council hasn't approved of this. Perhaps now is the time. No! Do it, do it. No! Cool, yay! Here goes then, I'm gonna do it. Good luck, Miss Naruto. No looking back. Heave, boom. Ow! It screamed. Telling Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the felt doll talking. Well, the ears again, Miss Naruto, as hard as you can, alright? Then I'll put all my strength into it. Heave. Ow. Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull me ear off. Always on the ship again. Is the ship designed as same as the Burley or whatever the fuck it's called? Really? Are we really, like, I get their budget was low, but is this ship gonna look exactly like that one? But I don't know, do you know? Come on! Let me guess, the rooms are identical. Even the dead body of Kazuma, or Kazuma's sketches there. How did you know, sir? Everything's the same. Let me guess, are the doors gonna lock improperly whenever it stops? Sholmes, where are you? I was having my trusty partner. Presently within the first class cabin of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse. She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. Currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France. Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump in the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to station by train to port. Ordered aboard this vessel in time, so you mean you'd already worked it out. The steamship is where everything really took place. Mr. Naruto, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection, well done. Your genius, Miss Sholmes, the only word for it. Wow, 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 wow. Please sasso gently with the genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mr. Mikotoba. Remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to SS Grouse. Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined the notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. Ho ho ho, of course it was, my dear fellow. Not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? Just entered a recess. Trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. We're unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say. Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose, my partner, and I've made this journey. No doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Jones, that'd be wonderful. Here we go, we get to play as these two for a bit. Till later then, yes. We'll be here from soon of you. Can't touch first, Shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in this mindless fashion. Remember the idea behind making a receiver that operated in this way in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris' invention, not mine. Of course, I know much how you enjoy being the hero of the Irish Sholmes. We have but half before Graz puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we should find ourselves in Naples before long. Well, there are times in Mikotoba that when you make a surprising amount of sense. So let us begin. Oh, come on! First class cabin number 2, yes, this is the one. I don't believe an investigation in the cabin is gonna be plain sailing. I am not a Russian, I am Swedish, yeah. Crewman stood in the front door, is angry looking fellow. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? Dear fellow, do you not recognize a world famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Not to recognize world traveling great sailor Chikin Stroganov when you see great detective. I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? It says Sholmes. Why is this tattoo like that? I am, whatever, fuck it. I say with such adoration. It's flattering, naturally, does leave me a little cold. Who are you talking about? Leave now. How distressing, my lord. Devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. Yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard the ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board. We know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk. Said something about emergency. What, are you sure? Sure he has realized we're after him, has he? The cabin's the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let mouse inside. Mikotoba would be a good man to draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Pick up some excuse so he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears? Both left and right, what? Curses, the plan is ruined. Only yourself to blame, Third Sholmes. Forget it, cabin door is locked. Even if I'm not you, you cannot get inside. Click the stop button, Mikotoba. I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock. In a mere 5 seconds, so if you'd be so kind to afford me the requisite time, old friend. In your typically accommodating manner. Refuse such a typically unemployed request, old friend. You need to distract a burly sailor for 5 seconds to honor. Good man, so the game is afoot. Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. What is happening? Where is light now, Sholmes? Now. Boo. Oh, nobody there. That was a close shave. Could an actor have stumbled so violently in an apparently empty corridor? Do be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach. It's the way back to the deck. I certainly can't give up on this now. Just speaking to you for members of the crew to agree with one another around the ship. Could just persuade our stocky sailor friend that he needed to use it. Sholmes could unlock the door while he was distracted. Question is how. Appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. Whole crew would know about it. Here he goes then, pardon me in advance. Shouldn't he kick me off the ship right now? You, what are you doing? You're at sea, that'd be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous. No, as I told you. Sholmes now, done. Not even 5 seconds. I don't start gawping at my brilliance. But in we go. So, yes. Orders, sir. Is that the same warning from last game? No pets? Good gracious. Appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. There's clothes on the floor there. There's Sashiro's without question. Seems we were just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. That burly crew may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Makes it all more thrilling. Speaking to your luck, though it's been stoppered with some cloth. The voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Something have happened near us for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be prevent snakes from entering. It's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? But then Watson's a loser, though. Poor Wilson, who's just a loser. Connor Bordeaux's given Naruto's conceal himself in Sogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was. Similar size to this one. You must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruto. Experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, here we go. It's only take a moment. Really, I'm sure you can just tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal my stowaway murder. So now just read about it in the adventures of Airlock Sholmes. Wastepaper basket. Look, I remember in case 2, I was unable to look inside. And then when you do the investigation, you see something inside, even though they should have been found earlier. Indeed, then let us pry. Discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of other wastepaper baskets. Sincerely hope only for your work. Whoever noticed issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, I was still bored myself. Upon departure of the port of Dunkirk, all crewmen is required to assemble on the main deck. Ah yes, there was an evacuation drill. Remember now. Fire safety and security, all first class passengers constantly watchful of the crew. Welcome relief to have privacy once. Itinerary has been entered in the court record. Oh, I can't use the court record on this side. Quite exquisite glass, I must say. Is that ice? But it's not melted. See how it... It's not melted. Something wrong, Sholmes. Suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice. What opulence first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon. Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, you think? Well, it's a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. There's something Mikotoba. The sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, These are rules of passage. Passengers will not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowaway in wardrobes and travel cases. The rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. The fact that they're not straight on the wall, doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. Trifle. I mean, at least yeah, you're right. At least we don't have to cross our eyes for that stupid mini game like in last game. So you know, I always say, Mikotoa, there's nothing important about trifles. Probably just my imagination. I think that might be slightly off. At least you got to see all the characters cross-eyed in that. Well, slightly different color here. You see. Indeed, what you observed arises when a frame has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief and has a bold direction where he's a great detective, I'm sure. May very well be the elusive thief who's been plaguing France's galleries of late, and I think perhaps focus your attention elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? Outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Really now? Read material, keep passing his out. Sea Voyages, found a mixture of classical literature. Easy read, most satisfactory, I must say. Whoever stalked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. No copy of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellows. Afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overdue look in the Bible. Shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me. True missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? Very sizable trunk indeed. Shira's partial all things large and rather clumsy fellow. Failed to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose, lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to speedy escape. Pity, it's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different though. Sadly not, it is a 7-digit combination lock. I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. It's probably behind the stupid painting of the message. You are still here. I was Simon Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Eh? You are waiting for me. Of course. Despite you bursting with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was trouble with Captain because tricked you before. Poor innocent chicken. It's all your fault. I'm trying to see if that's numbers, the stupid Sholmes. Ship will leave in port soon. Get off now. Oh, it is 7 digits or 7 letters. Of course, we shall disembark present, my dear fellow, but first, something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and bearing of the truth. Kakoi. Oh, it's time to Leon this. I'm afraid I see through your lies. One thing, Mr. Jikoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Ah. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff. You know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? Yes, it's Sherlock is the password. It's really been too long as an old friend, 10 years no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. Jesus. We have but minutes till the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Double T. His time is of the essence. Jikoku's dead corpse in there yet? I see. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jikoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Ah, that is what I said. Sadly, that was rather a clumsy lie. You see, something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikotoa, then please do take the lead. But this cabin shows the impossibility Jikoku disembarked 2 hours ago. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observation. Let's go, then Mikotoa. 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Well, of course it has quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. As I always say, you must not merely look, but observe, and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. Time to show you what this old man can do.
Take that!
shadow resembling Zachary. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah. It appeared that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand, your mind had a refreshment shops. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Sashiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jikoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Shiro was, yes. 50 days in this cabin during our voyage, as I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret Jikoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. This is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity, something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have skipped your notice. Something out of place indeed. Key to this, Mikotoba, the remnants of the dark deed that took place in here being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance section for you again, Mikotoba. No, quite, but life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as you well know. Well, let's see if I can uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow.
Take that!
Doors of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. The frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. You are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? And what's behind it? What's behind it? Assassin! That looks like a bullet hole. Scotland Yard does it again. Who has been shooting walls? Scotland Yard on the case. Sir, we have found nothing. In fact, there was no murder. See, the projectile has been removed. Clearly, careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. Don't know what you're talking about. Why would I protect Eastern stranger? So we're talking about the same man, I say. Good. Deal. Sure, we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason you're lying for them. Yeah, it's been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by. Really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. My dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. Quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it. Glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that. Damn, everyone's corrupt.
Take that!
The corruption. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite the universal language of the world. Money. Wager the Eastern fellow in question is Sashiro Jikoku, yes. Presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin, and the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jikoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, a furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. Slightest flicker of pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, not even that which is barely perceptible. What do they call this barely perceptible, Sholmes? The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. Let our tap and toes aside, my dear fellow.
Take that!
In the past, we're just Sholmes upside down. Leon. Turned immediately look at this large trunk, didn't you? Yeah, what if the Leon case wasn't actually Leon? It really was those numbers, and you're like, what the? It was never Leon. Truth is, Sashiro Jigoku's unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low in air. Imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk, therefore there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. Sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. Oh, I know nothing about the combination code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Mikoto will do you the honors and open the trunk. On earth do you expect me? 7-digit number, remember? Is that 5? Is it 2? Is it 523? I'm like trying to read it. Oh, what's the E upside down? Oh no, it's 6. I'm gonna do it. 5631045. What the? There's no 6. Maybe it is a 2. Second guessing if it's 2.
Take that!
Yeah, there's no 6 on purpose. Or they only made it 5 numbers, so yeah, it has to be 2 by that logic. I did it, it's open. Hot the metal, you just got too close. You hot the metal, didn't you? Well, Eugen, you found me now. Sashiro. You just had to keep looking, friend. Really open the beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it? No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend, traveling companion. Devil is in the details, Mikoto. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. See, my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Sashiro, are you going to explain all this? I was looking at one. Okay. Oh no, by now imagine what you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here in this very ship. The Reaper of the Bailey have since heard, because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived at London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when. It became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. I decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. Right, so yes, of course, I realize now. But I really ought to have confided in you. Somewhat surprising, I must say. Assassin! Russian assassin! What is? First-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. Well, they're a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says about tying to some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. Cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am. I've seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in the cabin. You already purchased your return ticket before even Dr. Dover had you. Had anyone else taken this cabin and seen the evidences at it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and I'll make port again into Italy. So you must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movement's diplomatic community. I'm Japanese now. We have this, Sashiro. Take it. No more diplomatic community, was it? It's just been revoked. A subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from British courts would be. Came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it? Sholmes. Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk. Found this rather fascinating trinket to watch. What is that, Sashiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid, diplomatic community. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. I've never seen it in me life. Look at his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of a brief sojourn in France. Small component has been mentioned in the court record. Young Naruto, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. Must have been the shortest you and your assistance. November 12, 10 p.m. the Old Bailey courtroom. Kazuma Sogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. Liar! So there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. Oh yeah, I can finally check it out, even though it makes no sense. For past 30 minutes, court was adjourned, all possible births were expanded. But how? Oh, I can finally look at that now. Karma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Forbidden blade has been chipped. Fine. Tip of the great sword and broken. Such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I must hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Upon departure, all criminals charged someone main deck, 10 p.m. review evacuation procedures. Ah, that's why no one heard the gunshot. The drill will take 20 minutes. Could resume duty as soon as drill was over. Oh, okay, how convenient. And then he could put the body in the fridge. Okay, well this happened, so no one noticed. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's part on the top of a pocket watch you twist to set time, isn't it? Call it a crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. Crown. It sits on a monarch's head. It's a very grand name for such a tiny part, but actually, yes, Miss Arnold, if this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. But monarch, I mean pocket watch, I'm quite sure you have. so sad. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really. Just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see what the little round component. Actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pop watch. Really. Just thinking precisely that too. To be fair, this is such a common component that any stupid one should be able to fit. Perfect fit. Anyway. Like, if they mass produce these things, yeah, absolutely. You can notice new information at once. That's 30 minutes. Courage journal. Possible efforts were expended. What? Sadly, Mr. Jiku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. They did nothing! They literally fucking did nothing! 30 minutes? That's like their lunch break. We've done everything. We ordered all the food we could at the local shop. Terrible shame we could not find him at the fish and chip shop. Hey, is he in this restaurant? I don't see him. Must accept the unfortunate conclusion. Reaper has already done the deed. Terrible shame. We have looked all over the fish and chips shop and we have not found any evidence of him. In fact, who can say this guy even existed, this Jigoku character? If anything, he never existed. No sense in wasting over the court's time. Fuck you guys. Prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. What the fuck? You mean we didn't call any witnesses or phone somebody, you know, like do actual legwork? Alright, we have done nothing and we've discovered nothing.
Objection.
That is all. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. What the fuck? You're Japanese too. Kazuma is this dumbass now. Did they make his character a moron for this trial? Should never know when to presume when the battle is won. Court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all the relevant testimony. Can only be one conclusion. The accused is guilty. More relevant testimony, far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony. Okay, call your witness to stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord, tomorrow, if possible. Witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Sashiro Jigoku. Third man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Jigoku, what? You found him, but Scotland Yard couldn't figure it out. Lies! Lies upon lies! But the investigations of every police and resource in the capital suggest Jiku's already dead. Are you guys serious? Did you guys phone anyone? Witnesses? But we used every resource at Scotland Yard. Every vinegar, ketchup, spice in the fish and chips. And we found nothing. He is dead. We have not seen him, therefore he is dead. What in the name of God did you find the man? We did, actual police work. He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes? Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku in the night of his death because along with Prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Sashiro Jigoku is a sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. People thought this too soon to move education at this point. Fuck Scotland Yard in this game. I thought they were good, but are they actually that incompetent in real life? What exactly do they do? We have investigated and he's probably dead. He existed, meh. I haven't seen him in meh. Prosecution concurs. Court must hear Jigoku's testimony. No judgment will be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. Well, that was weird. So, no objections from either side. Oh, my lord. No objections, my lord. We have to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. Wow, that was a weird part. Usually it's just to be continued when the first trial ends instead of that thing. Part 1. Just say Finn, damn you. Finn. Next battle hall proceedings and a climb around the courtroom. Outside the Bailey, where lenders knew nothing of the secret trial of Finn, it was a typical still night. Then, a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street.
Heartless monster.
Perrant, Storm McMack, 67 months. Turn, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain. Thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Miko Toba and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeating the court earlier. So this prosecutor, Sogi, had you on the ropes, did he? He's your best friend, you say, was. Well, he's not really a man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma has changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he even entertained the idea of acting as a Reaper's assassin. And alas, you must introduce me, after all. I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. In that case, when all this started almost a year ago now. One of the worst cases of the series. Mr. Sholmes doesn't tell us the truth about what really happened back then, about the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. I must say it's really quite a journey from all the way to France. That's another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, here's if Judge Goku took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for him. Alright, what's your name? Actually, I don't even think you're supposed to be here. What's your favorite fish and chips? Poor Professor Mikoto must be quite a shock for him. It says here you're dead. That is an inconsistency. Yes, I picked us up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you the matter only yesterday. Put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already. What's so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. That's good news. Supper's ready, everyone. Ah, what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Harley, not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. I think a couple of days ago I was looking up food from England, but yeah, everyone says British food sucks, sadly. Susie and I were half sisters, I mean. But I don't know if their food sucked at this time or because of World War II rations. Susie and I were half sisters, I mean. Yeah, I think Europe makes fun of eating British food, yeah. I don't know if it was better before the war, but I believe one of the explanations is the food got bad in Britain because after the war they were still used to rations or whatever. So their food was simplified. But I don't know what it was like before before the war, yeah. Aristu, do you mean? Yes, I know now. Overheard yesterday. Secretly listened into the conversation after I tricked you all into thinking I laughed. What? I like meat pies. They're not bad, right? Misunderstand. I don't get why you guys put kidney in pie, but I'm pretty sure kidney ruins it. You guys have something called steak and kidney pie. But I swear to God, the kidney ruins the fucking thing. I don't understand why you put the kidney in there too. Misunderstand and roast because the autopsy report 10 years ago. I think it has to do with you guys not wanting to waste, like, yeah, waste part of it. Yeah, I like steak pie, but not the fucking kidney part of it. You got it. Yeah, I think it's because in Britain they use most of the, use all of it. Actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris' father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know I know, you can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. Pheasant is my way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? Fuck, which bird is this? That's another thing. Oh yeah, they hunted a certain. Was it the passenger pigeon to extinction? I forgot what bird the British accidentally hunted to extinction on their island, because it was like really popular. I don't know if it was a pheasant or a passenger pigeon or something, but yeah, there's some bird they hunted down. So they ate a bunch of bird, but I think around this time it started dying out. Is it the carrier pigeon? I don't know. It was some pigeon I think they hunted for food, and who's Iris' father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. But yeah, it's not like a bird has a chance to live on an island like that with humans. Could have been passenger pigeon, but let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. Fine idea, Sholmes. Looks all absolutely delicious. As much as like, they're always seconds. Yeah, it's hard for an animal to run away on an island. Last chance to ask a question before tomorrow's trial. About a telegram from Japan about Kazuma. Yeah, so apparently the passenger pigeon was like super common. I don't know if around this time, I'm assuming. And then the population started dying because everyone decided to hunt it with guns. Maybe the British were like, fuck it, we gotta hunt it down in America too. What's that? They escaped. A few of them escaped to North America, sir. Get the gun, Jeeves. We're following them there. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while to look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I played with the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, can I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt. I'm going to learn more of my deep love of game, and probably contain my curiosity in that one. You needn't to look at me in that fashion. What fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, I have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Ahoy. Telegram from Japan. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? This, I think my lucky stars arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson, Monks. Assassin. But that leaves Asogi, dun dun. Those 4 names. Come across the exact same list before. Assassin. Oh my god, assassin! Came up in that unforgettable case last spring. No, fat man! Appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masculine monumental intrigue. Plot involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. Suppose when it means these secrets are being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. This would be A. Shin, T. Greggs, and J. Wilson. Didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. Assassin. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected, investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Sanaga, to undertake such an onerous task for you. In my name? Wonder what guise he adopted for this time. My dear fellow, it's a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, a list of names was found in Sashiro's office as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was sent to Judge Jigoku as the intended recipient? I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. Did formulate a hypothesis about that. Without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Telegram from Japan has been entered in the court record. Tragedy we had to go through in the SS Buria was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. Completely taken in by the lie you told us. You're a great detective lies. Took no pleasure in deceiving you, however. At the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. But I capitalized on the events that transpired. CW was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent in Britain instead. Oh my, you mean? Arrangement between our two countries already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill in the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi. Successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean say that? It's all aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain, that's why you... Take back, Mr. Naruhodo. So not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue the voyage to England. The Great Auk, the only recorded British bird made extinct in historic times, 1852. I wonder what a Great Auk looks like. Oh, too bad it's dead. Oh. Bang. Kill them all, boys. Ah. Flight. Oh, it's a flightless bird. It's not, it looks like an airplane. Terms of study tour negotiated by Torm and Justin, both Great Britain and Japan. In light of Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer and the study tour can continue, surely. There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Miss Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So you manipulate manipulated me. Hopper remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship would drive a man. Quite sure you would rise to the challenge for your late friend, I don't believe it. If it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose came from that? We hung her and then said it was a lie. Kill her. Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I only traumatized her for life. I subsequently explained everything to assist the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. The pusher. I seem to remember Mr. Saturn had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I know she made it to America then. She pushed someone. She has to hang for it, sir. When you push someone, you have the intent to murder, sir. Damn pushers. I say we hang her, sir. I simply cannot comprehend it. Why did you go to such a length, Mr. Sholmes? Are you so determined to stop Kazuma Sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, it's already a very tangible omen in the impending tragedy, CO. Omen that at this very moment in time is close to at hand. Omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. Find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. No room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Genji Goku's office should be searched. So, obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. Okay, so it would be A. Shin, T. Greggs, and J. Wilson. I only learned of those four names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those four names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. Really, it would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, perpetually eavesdropping on communication between British and Japanese governments. It's a new song, isn't it? Oh, never mind, it isn't. Perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Sholmes when he has designs unknown it. So Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Well, one fabulous of four names wired recipient Jingoku in Japan. So John H. Wilson was murdered, not Wilson. It's a good man. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these four names and the tragedy which are also not connected. So when I learned of Miss Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those four names, because you see, someone else on the list, who I believe to be recently deceased. What, who? A. Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In fact, Miss Asa Shin is a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer well known among London's unsavory classes, oh I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. She came to a logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. Accordingly, I became fearful for her lives of the remaining two persons on the list, Kyosogi and T. Gregson. On which were proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined it would be safest if young Nasogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour going ahead. Exactly. Oh, I already knew Kazuma-sama was Mr. Holmes. Sholmes. Yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters and news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. Dr. Wilson's dead then. I didn't know. Oh, was. No, he wasn't my daddy, but still. It's very sad. Wilson was a fool. But I'm old. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. You just told us, Mr. Sholmes. Doesn't completely time with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. Big hole, Mr. Naruto. Oh, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume. Of course. Exactly, she wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name Giselle Brett. Glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis I had formed surrounding those four names completely turned topsy. What topsy? I mean, when you say your hypothesis turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes. I believe all four names will less be names of victims, however. I was mistaken, their targets. Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson, her resident student status being merely a front. Which would be, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. The reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of the assassination. Forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the four. Subsequently became a visiting student. You mean? But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma? Let's say in court earlier today. Friday, 1st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. The mission was the assassination of the monarch. Did Asogi accept that mission a year ago now? Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. International agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassin exchange. Assassin exchange? Like a Kazuma possibly got involved with someone like that. Assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. This would be an assassin exchange. So the beginner of the British assassin dispatches a visiting student to Japan where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin dispatches a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruto, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to the diplomatic immunity afforded by the consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries, so the fact was brought into place suggests intervention at the very highest levels. These matters were two sides of the same coin, linked not by common motive, but by contractual agreement. Such they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. Disassociation and safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. Wait a minute, Sholmes? This telegram really is describing an exchange of assassins you're suggesting. It would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Sashiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson, Jigoku was the man. Exactly what it would mean. I'm myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. He was the weakest of us, really, Mr. Sholmes. He was a loser. Told him my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Conducting Inspector Gregson did mention that to us that the Grey expedition would be transferred into Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. Sadly, it turned out to be his very last. What a fool he was. Too much to take in. He was weak. One last job. Ryder wants quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it hurdle, I mean? Look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. Assassin! Sniper! Stay here! Certainly been a night to remember. I will walk down the street. It's all sad though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. Sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Where are you? Somebody like me will be worthy. Delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh, yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you honor Runo. Throw Runo to the floor, of course. My pleasure. You have to greet that so readily. Wait a minute. Susie gonna be my big sister? Be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh. Yes, of course, you'll have me. Gladly be your brother. Oh, then Iris must always be mindful of feelings. Raised you so well. Oh. Being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Finn. Nope, not yet. I'm gonna work extra hard for tomorrow now. 'Cause it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Prepare for what? You'll just have to wait and see. Good luck in court tomorrow. Expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. No, father, don't walk down that street. Overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point. Exposing new truths was posing new conundrums. List of 4 names on the telegram Judge Eagle's office. An extraordinary assassination plot which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. At the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Sniper! No! Nothing bad will happen for the rest of the game. He was okay. Finn. Trial part 2, is it? Yes, there we go. Trial part 2. Let me get to a theme and I'll be right back. 4th November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh good, we're not at the bailiff outside. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. Scotland Yard has found absolutely fucking nothing. As of the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts come to light in these proceedings. Revelations that well-known Reapers Action organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery of a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels who undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Wow, resolve, yes. That's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He is admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He he shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart. Question that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by one day. Fuck this shit. Chasm is a loser now. You did what? Today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. Whole life for the last 10 years. I've all been leading up to this one day. Chasm. So if you murder someone, you can have a note for your trial to be later while you do other stuff. I don't get how this works. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. So as you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. He's like, the fuck? This isn't how it works. Do not worry. Kazan's bristling with hostility today because he's a loser. Give a distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? Extreme exception to normal practices. I've granted this prosecutor's request. Fuck you! Fuck this law. This justice system sucks. Extreme exception. Suck my dick. There's no basis for this. Defense finds this acceptable, I resume. No, I don't. What the fuck? He's on he should be on trial. Raise an objection, damn you. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeeps. Defense is ready, my lord. Alright, let me be right back. We have this music. Prosecution is more than ready. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Skitter Sogi. Begin. Alright, let me be right back real fast to get that drink. Okay. You guys listening to this song. You're not getting ads. Everyone's compromised. Scotland Yard should be fucking fired. Sir, we haven't found anything. Has Sony even told Scotland Yard Jikoku's actually alive? We're like, who is this guy? We declared him dead. He's a ghost. He's a ghost. remember how often we hear this theme. Or maybe it's a final case thing. Alright, let me open the stupid Capri Sun. Oh boy. As you wish, my lord. Prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Sashiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last time we reached a final battle, or have we? Put literally everything on the line in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke, it's time for that steely resolve. It's gonna test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation to the court. Oh, so as you issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Ho 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 ho. Well, look at the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. Witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Sashiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, returned to Japan. So as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent role. I invited him personally to International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of this country. He played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Oh, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancied a murdering student turn up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to International Forensic Science Symposium. Then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have object to that turn of phrase. Explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. I'm sorry to say. Oh no. I decline to comment. No! What are the ultimate defense? Is this game already over? He's doing the fucking first game, fifth case defense. I can't get around this defense. He can't even incriminate himself. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision's unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. What? These monsters are in defense mode, but I can't hit them. Unrelated, you say? Pretty sure the respected police inspector's been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I had obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I am in no position to testify. As simple as that. Well, there we go. Game over. You'd run from all this. I beg your pardon, you little bitch. This case is far more reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan, the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right. You, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Oh, Ren.
Take that!
We can't admit this! We broke into his office without a warrant! Telegram detailing communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. Communication contained 4 names. Sogi, Ashin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. But a warrant! But a warrant, damn you! We're not allowed to have this! You little... You could just claim it was never found in his room. Damn you people! It was in his garbage can, or it was outside his garbage can. Oh. Where did you get that? In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. I've never seen it in my life. I refuse to testify. What? Well, how on earth did you? What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Sogan and A. Shin are names of assassins. No. Here going Tokyo. Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. What a fool he was. Wilson was a fool. Culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Josiah Brett. His real name was Assassin. What is it? I don't know. What do the words mean? Assassin, assassin, assassin. Professional killer sent on mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shen and her victim J. Wilson. The murder just took place in London was a counterpart to that crime. Assassin sent from Japan also visited student Kazuma Sogi. His victim was the British Police Inspector Tobias Gregson. A. Sogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly does defense suggest? I gotta finish this Capri-Sun. Two cases of murder, one that took place in one in Japan. Masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. Telegram of the defense requires proof of the international contract to kill. What? If only every streamer would love a food sponsor, because then they'd get free product, and then boom, boom, boom. Good old Capri-Sun. Telegrams found in your office, Judge Coke. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. C'est toi. Judge Coke. What's all this about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Goku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Yunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Sashiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying the name. Defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? Silence. Only goes to prove his guilt. That is not how it works. Another very important point that this new development brings to light. Now, a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder is in a witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Goku, you have to testify now. It refuse or put you in contempt of court. Oh no. Ho 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 ho, I've diplomatic immunity. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Soyu was signed the assassination 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. Oh, there you go, there's a lie. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. Clearly, I can't be involved. So you admit it then. All this communication suggests there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. Political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. It is such a worthy practice foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder. Most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, that's easy to judge. You bitch, pardon? So we get a reason for taking a sword to that British inspector, you know? What? Which is why you accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama. Judge Yoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. Wow. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accept the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that defense has identified is unrelated events to this case. Crucial point is this: your police inspector cannot perish aboard that steamship in Dunkirk because if he'd been shot in the cabin, an inconceivable member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. But you, Kazuma, you septic, and the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zeeks. Prosecution's accusations remains unchanged. What was the point of part 4 then? If you're gonna ignore, like, part 4, how we established that he didn't die that day. I don't understand the point of part 4. Apparently it didn't happen in his mind. Saying a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program is so designed for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such a witness could hope to execute. But I seem to recall someone on the British side who controlled everything. Wow. Be it as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. Concerned if only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Ben's clear on that point, Counsel. Yes, my lord, I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Enough at the press before doing the contradiction.
Objection!
That was quick. Boom, boom, boom. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman boast outside Judge Goku's cabin, however, and we can be sure that, contrary to witnesses' claim, guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have your notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Hetlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Hetlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grass was gathered on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their post. During the 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
Begin the pursuit. Time for my feeble defense. 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in this cabin. What defense is this? I play Karibo in defense mode. But that card's supposed to be played from hand. Defense mode. Unless you have some decisive evidence to show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. What the fuck? I don't know if they wrote Kazuma to have no brain cells. What the fuck? Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Goku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. His defense has evidence to prove it. Present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. No, it was such a weird defense by him because we contradict something he said, so the testimony is a lie. But then he's saying, no, the testimony is not a lie by pointing to something else. It doesn't even make sense, this part. I don't get what Kazuma is trying to say. Like, we just contradicted one different part of the testimony and validated it, and then he's like, no, I believe the other part. Okay. I guess it's this one, because I can't do the bullet hole.
Take that!
Dajigoku is this fun your communist. No, the problem is... It amounts to nothing. Because the witness... It amounts to nothing! You have a good point that his testimony was a lie. I don't understand this. It amounts to nothing. Are you serious? It's like... Dajigoku just found your cabin yesterday. Why is that the crown of a pocket watch? Pocket watch. If you observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, the crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact this was retrieved from Dajigoku's cabin tells us the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Grr. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. The cabin occupied by you, Dajigoku. Is this where Kazuma's like, no! Dajigoku said he didn't do it! That's good enough for me. I don't need evidence. My job here is done. Oh, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? I believe Dajigoku feels the same way because of the time on it. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry. I know not to result in anyone having to listen to this drivel. I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. Bastard. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. Hear what actually happened in my cabin that night. You'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then you may proceed to give your formal testimony. But what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st October? Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I guess waiting for a moment to return to my cabin after finish my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Soon took care of him with an ipon-sieve throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It was nothing to do with his murder. The Spectre was clearly killed and returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Ipon-sieve. Common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use it too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his pocket watch take. So Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic there, can you? What the fuck? Ha, our defense is invincible. What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in witness's cabin in no way proves the victim's murder took place there. No doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Wait, what did he just say? Because he's merely a tactician, not the Reaper's hand to death. Oh, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. If this testimony holds, Dajigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason to waste his precious court time here on cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to the cabinet to finish my evening meal in the dining room. Walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with a yeep-on steady throw, though he couldn't wait to run away after that.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, it was a very brave move, wasn't it? Oh! Oh, you boy, so it's far faster than a bullet, I can assure you, but surely all that commotion caused crewmen to come in, didn't it? Oh, yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. Inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and managed to slip past him and make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations that can't get out of using a quick and swayed throw.
Hold it!
Crown snapped off the glass covering the face of watch was cracked. Preferable the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. Point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is my part of my jujutsu throw, whatever you say. It doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet on the wall. Oh! What are you talking about? Huh? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. Inspector was clearly gone and returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Hold it!
There's no evidence proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, Strickland. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gone back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. Oh, exactly. Carrying a corpse off a ship out in your arms would raise a few eyebrows, at least, don't you think? Oh yes, that's true, but... All passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from the arriving vessels, and I would like to think the border police would carry the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. Murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not. The saddle. We've heard that the first-class passengers are under constant scrutiny by the crew and posted the guard there, which would mean the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Jeremy, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. No possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew just marked the same time passed through the same checks on the border. Symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. We met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did? Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? Much no. So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days instantly moves things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Yes, the Hairbrain's invention didn't actually work if you remember now, though. Yes, of course. But it's become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story. I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruto must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? The fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room in Fresno Street. It really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin. The body would have had been moved somehow, obviously, transporting a dead body over a country border. It would be impossible for a majority of people, so there must have been some special circumstance made it possible for the culprit then. If I had a realization, I'd say Mr. Naruto.
protection!
No possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? So the opposite is true. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. Transporting Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? So I'll be in a judgment to Jikoku's Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Oh. Learned that when he first met you upon your arrival in London. All those passport checks and luggage searches board took rather off time, I must say. I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that. Oh, I knew you were jealous. Oh, hoo. His dead body slumps out, not Gregson, Pepe hands. Presume you call this Judge Jikoku. Why did I get that picture taken with the luggage in front? Photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. Court will note that you have done with you of your large travel trunk, large enough, in fact, have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruto, sure on that suggestion. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel. The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order. Skeptical counsel, the grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk it could. Because he was an eye up in the know, and the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside the trunk. Verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jiko? This is so silly. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Oh, what do you know? I can't fit in it. Sir, you have to squeeze in. I can't. If the trunk don't fit, you must acquit. I'm out of here. I can't fit inside it. I'm too fat. That's a terrible shame. I was trying to get a diet puppy hens. Inside his trunk, how horrifying. After we'd spoken of you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I'll have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gore, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed a possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. Onset of the body's decomposition would have been delayed by storing in a refrigerator. Also, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the erect size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found. Some large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms, keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. Yes, this grounds is no exception. How does it not see you follow? Kotoba told me about it yesterday. Wow, Judge Jigoku. Says he. Oh, it doesn't even say you're following for some reason. That's weird. Account created 2013 now. What? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points you being the killer. Oh, it's all very heartening. I can see it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Jikoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. Vance has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. Prosecution stance is unaltered. Killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused Barrack von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. No tangible evidence exists disproves the prosecution claim. This time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than elaborate fairy tale. Right, that's all logical reasoning the British are known for. Really works, young Strickland. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? I mean, aside from there no evidence being him shot, there's no bullet hole or anything at the other place, right? Or maybe they're just assuming Scotland Yard can never figure that out. Quite simply, because the claim directly contradicts certain piece of evidence in our possession. Quite tantalizing, counsel. I think you better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene in Fresno Street. Evidence contradicts the claims of the chest. Claims of the murder. Oh, died instantly. Oh. Wait. I'm trying to remember. Fucking hell, let's see. It's useless. Fuck, it's the one that stops it. Tug on its ears, tug on the ears. I don't know if that would count. Fuck, if only that little shit Beepo didn't steal it from the crime scene. Fuck, what does it want? Damn it. Contradicts that are shot instantly. Fuck.
Take that!
Don't do Japanese really are curious breed. Refer an argument such conviction only present such nonsensical evidence. That's my Japanese friends inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East. In the case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. You even have a mirror. Court is not interested in mystique of anything. You'll be penalized accordingly. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Fuck, what are we missing? I have to try to present the correct one this time then. How about I smack you, little bitch? Try again, or can't hold your hand steady enough to point it out.
Take that!
Okay, I'll present the fucking. I'll just present the trunk. Fuck on now. I better save real fast. Fuck. Shut up, wench. What am I forgetting?
Take that! Take that!
No, I don't want to lose.
Take that!
Wait, let me live. Let me live, damn you. Help me, Castle. Help me, you fool.
Take that!
We had a victim relocation claiming he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room. It's out of the question his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Sorry to disappoint you. Your logic is flawed. It could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Yugoku, but is that thunder outside? Logic is flawed, what? According to the autopsy report, the victim died instantly and would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself in that position. Fair discussion why the victim's body is curled up in that way. No, the answer should be abundantly clear by now. I mean, we could just say his body got moved by one of the random witnesses, like yoinking stuff on the scene. We're suggesting. The inspector's body took that posture ahead of its rival in Fresno Street before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body. Oh, it almost looks exactly as if it kept in a confined space. Fuck, I can't believe Beppo fucking took a full trunk out of the room. Zero, everyone's like yoinking stuff. Who else yoink stuff? Zero pockets of guns. Everyone's like, oh boy, free stuff, go, go, go! Ooh, a free body! Oh look, there's an orphan that got shot too. Go, 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 go! Christ, what a joke of a crime scene. Judge Yugoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible. Any traces of the victim's blood. Luke. Is that my trunk? I refuse! What? On what grounds? I'm Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of a Striplin's baseless accusations. Otherwise, Judge Yugoku, there's blood on your trunk. I decline to answer that. As Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness to a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom, I may not withhold information. That is more important than the truth. You are. Order in court. Whoa, Mr. Duke, what's it to be? Can't be serious, you did it. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? You're garbage. What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? Time to blame it on Kazuma. Dear God, outrageous! So was he? You admit to Inspector Gregson's? No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which had left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. A judicial assistant over there pointed out I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny if you didn't do it, and who on earth did kill the man? Wow. As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. Moreover, he had already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. You. Kazuma, I don't know if they're trying to make him look like the worst fucking final boss battle ever, but whatever. Never thought you'd stoop to this slow Shirogikoku. Shouldn't he easily, like, immediately win this trial right here? But I guess Kazuma's written really poorly for this level, because he's an idiot. You've taken words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, Prosecution Gantz already admitted to visiting the witness cabin the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? Court awaits a response to witness assertion. Assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi. What is my defense? Shouldn't he be defending himself? That fucking idiot has done nothing this trial except try to like pin something else. He deserves to be thrown in front of this bus. This isn't dead and seems to be answers right in front of me. What the fuck am I defending the prosecutor now? My guy's fucking innocent. I'm out of here. Fuck this trial. This is so dumb. Why the fuck isn't the prosecution trying to defend themselves? Yeah, my guy is innocent. Why am I gonna defend the other team now? I'm not a Jigoku or Kazuma. Hope I'm had the opportunity to kill Greg, so only one of them did it. My client is not guilty. I'm out of here. Fuck this shit. I'm a step away from proving who. Alright, I don't know how the defense is ready to respond to assertion put forth by Judge Goku. No, usually in Ace Attorney games, the prosecution puts up some defense that I have to destroy. But I don't know why I'm fucking trying to defend him now. And he hasn't put up his own defense. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... I should just say possibly. Yeah, fuck. Oh, I actually lose points too. Fuck it. Oh, it probably is possible. But then we disprove it. Okay. Well, it is possible, my lord. Fuck Kazuma. What? How could you go fuck yourself? You're fucking garbage this trial. I don't even know why I'm defending you. You think I want to believe it, but the fact is you're fucking garbage this trial. You're one of the worst final bosses in the series. Can't say with complete certainty what actually happened because I wasn't there. If you disappoint me, Ryunosuke. You're the guy who wants the truth, and you literally haven't told it. If I may, Mr. Naruhodo. I think perhaps that's why you form opinions based on evidence. Ah, so true. Actually, we have evidence to settle this argument conclusively. My lord, the defense would like to present evidence in support of... Before you plow on, feign in ignorance of what you just occurred, counsel. Wait! You must be penalized for that short but embarrassing you uttered a moment ago. Wait! Why do I get punished for that? I really thought I could just brush past if it was quick enough. Never mind the penalty now, the truth's all that matters. Chichigo, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. Claim that logical reason is a future judicial process. It is, no question. Logical reasoning proves something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime. What? It's the finisher music? What? Fuck, shouldn't Kazuma have this? I guess we're defending him too now. Court won't accept an argument out of support by compelled evidence, so present what you have, counsel. Proof is that allegedly demonstrates impossible Prosecutor Sogi's involvement. So.
Take that!
You're making the evidence weepier, Naruto. And even stop my music. Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. Not placing the toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Naruto. Yes. Can't upset Suzasu, and I'll be upset too. Remember, the crew was on sentry duty outside cabins nearly all the time, so as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard, yes? Very much narrows down when the crime could have occurred, yes? We know that. Not sure what that means. Couldn't they have both been in the cabin at that exact time? I'm not sure what that was trying to lead me to.
Take that!
Itinerary for crewmen is SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. Itinerary, how does that prove anything? Judge Yugoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? The night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door, yes? As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. Tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere, yes? And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, yes? Within the canon itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. The crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Oh. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was on board the vessel at the time. Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Spent that night in a boarding house in town, returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. Kazuma Sogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Oh, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? Oh, he's just saying that to exonerate himself. Can't trust he really in this run. He said there's a signature. Obviously, after he left the cabin, he hit himself somewhere nearby in the ship, just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Why do I have to defend him? Isn't it Kazuma? Why the fuck isn't Kazuma defending himself? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodation register book. Extremely easy to verify, undeniable proof. Oh, now you want to know about proof. Oh, okay. Now you use it. No escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh, it's going all out. Berserk form. You killed Inspector Tobias Greggs and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room in Fresno Street, made it look like if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Sashiro Jigoku. It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Berserker looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. What power? Berserker. It's Berserker level. It's over. My life is over. He's the strongest servant. British assassin eliminated professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin eliminated detective in Britain. Both assassins used diplomatic immunity, evade conviction, and returned safely to their homelands. Diplomatic immunity. Assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago, though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, he decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. Things didn't go according. Find your chosen assassin ever made to Britain in the silliest murder ever. Find yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Pusher monkeys. If only a certain 15-year-old blonde girl wasn't in the ship at the time. The real assassin, the Russian pusher. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. Squid bodies are so welcome. The National Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. This with the help of my British counterpart. I made arrangements for a pretext I'd take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. Reaper himself. So that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. Not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart, Dwell. Anyway, Inspector accepted the Reaper's mission, dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship, was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, wait until he was choked to death. Fucking Scotland Yard. 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. Threatened to finish him by he's still alive. Finish him by strangulation. But once before I had the chance, suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless mood. See, the British issued guns 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Fuck it, why not? I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. The revolver belongs to you, does it? And the victim was killed inside the cabin on the SS Grace. Begs the question, why you arranged for his body to be discovered in Fresno Street? Your judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck and throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. Before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse in a refrigeration room. Then on arriving in Dover, he concealed the body in a trunk on our smart past the border, please. You'd figure someone would notice him going to the refrigeration unit. Does is there no one in the kitchen? Now I knew I needed to take steps that the police were convinced the body was found in London. In that case, he must have known. Must have intimate details Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. That's my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. Inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, whom we would take back his police identification. Decided the man would be a perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took his hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. Must have been just after we took this photograph of you at the hotel then. As I wasn't expecting a welcome committee, I was more than a little nervous. Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling firecrackers. It's Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. Donned a simple disguise, approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise did Inspector want? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. Put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than that where I would have otherwise. Hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I arrived at the room at around 5:15. I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved a notice board, and set up my little candle trick. Wait, where did he leave? Waited so the firecrackers to go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? Imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice it falling out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... Wait. It seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Oh, that's fucking random. Excitement's on strong walk back 18 months. Anyway, that's... Wait. How come they never noticed him walking out? Wait, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Wait, I don't get it. When did he leave the apartment, though? Wait, so, okay, I'm assuming the witnesses just never saw him leave. No, I thought he left 15 minutes before? I thought he was in the room 15 minutes before. No, because the testimony said only 2 people went to the room, no one left. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why did the witnesses clearly not see him leave? Unless he went out a different door, but... I don't even understand that. Yeah, in the previous fucking case, a lot of testimony was 2 people went in, but no one went out. Yeah. Okay. So the street peddlers, yes, were useless witnesses because clearly the guy walked out. Fucking Beppo. Heard enough. Arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. Witness will be tried in the coming days. Well, Finn. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty, yes. Well, my job here is done. I'm not the real villain. We don't have to investigate the other British side of this. We'll give him the death penalty, yada yada. Get him out of here. Exchange of assassins, what a foolhardy idea. Jigoku, one last detail. Who is your counterpart in Bremen? Oh, case is closed. Case is over. Case is over now. Let's all go home. Fish and chips for everyone. My treat. Oh, yay. Oh, you know what? Yep, fish and chips for everyone. Let's fucking go. Let's go, 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 go. Who's the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Well, case closed. Bang the gravel. Well, we're done here. Nothing you say now makes matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough. I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. But honor, Japanese honor, Lana! What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Oh, my job here is done. Let's go get fish and chips. My treat. And in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, and now pronounced finance of this court. This man before us is admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. So you still do guilty, but it's for that guy. Sashiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. I win anyway. I always win. May I remind all those present that strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. And Von Zieks will be on trial for something else. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed the written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruto. Yes, thank you. Something wrong. Just a little trouble. By his silence, like Kazuma, the shittiest person ever. True identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. Assume we will never know, however. Insofar as the indictment brought against defendant Mistral, we've reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish, now for a formal adjudication. I hereby declare defendant Barak Von Zieks not guilty.
Objection!
Wow. Is it Kazuma time to be an idiot? Prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? I haven't proven myself to be a complete idiot yet, but I will now. Q's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. Therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. As the prosecution's unwavering position. This is Session's work my 46 months. We'll try to salvage a run on Tuesday for XCOM. What? Judge Jigoku's already confessed. I guess we're looking for the Reaper. Nonetheless, Barak Von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, here you have information the court needs of your prosecutor, Sogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Sashiro Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness testimony that he was coercing and planning with the plot to the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku, who was pulling the strings. Victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, Reaper himself. Well, certainly. That would appear to follow. Prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak Von Zieks, being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm gonna prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey. Long-standing mystery, Counsel. You're suggesting you have some new information which will build the case. Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Von Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. They have found nothing. No evidence whatsoever to substantiate claim that he is a Reaper. Maybe he actually is a Reaper now then. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means now I have a new line of question by which to identify definitely the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. Must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You're guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Von Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. This man's Kazuma sounds before. But stop at nothing to finish what Lord Von Zieks and Winley started 10 years ago. Very well, it's extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. Defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper in the assassin exchange. Thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. Hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. he's trying to set up Strongheart, but I don't know why smell whatever Strongheart is continuing this trial. Pray turn a blind eye to discourtesy as I verify this vile and unproven accusation as it soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Von Zeeks first had to suffer the pseudonym of Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, bear the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, crush those allegations once and for all. Good. And let justice decide, Lord Von Zeeks. Prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as primary witness. Or it may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is a Reaper of the Bailey. I would say the defense. For a defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Kazuma sounds so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. It would be like this, and I came here to determine to face him through whatever he might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. That's what we must do. Defense has no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand. Give formal testimony to subject your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. I know you guys are like poggers. I prefer some of the other music of previous games. An odd one. You suck. Do I? Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. At least the problem with Gavin though is his only good thing was his theme. Never taken a life of another, nor have instructed another to kill. Investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason I went to Fresno Street that day and how I came to discover the body. Point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there is no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. You deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you mastermind the Assassin Exchange. I acknowledge the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, it's a fallacy which I alone am in position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ernest Naruhodo. Yes. Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Desire to uncover the truth, even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in the courtroom, I've come to realize something. Truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. Always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I need to remember what you just said. Fuck you, Kazuma. Alright, enough dilatory chatter. Counsel or defense proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord, I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. Contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. That Wilson statement. It's boom boom boomness. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I have 1 life point? You didn't even refresh my life points? Fuck you guys. Well, I better just go die. Never taken a life of another nor another kill. Investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years is aware of Gregson's involvement. The reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and now I can discover the body. Well, there's no common thread between myself, Gregson, and Wilson.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old from the autopsy of Lord Clint Von Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I believe the defense doesn't intend to run from the well, truth. I don't know how fun some of the other tag forces are. Like, I know we haven't played 6, but I'm assuming 6 the decks are even more dumb than Tag Force 5. Tag Force 6 is like late 5Ds, right? So I'm assuming that's when Yu-Gi-Oh! Started getting really weird. Or if you didn't buy a deck, you're probably gonna get run over. Order in court. Oh, it's late 5DS and early XYZs, yeah. What reason I presented a 10-year-old autopsy report, Your Counsel? This autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. Person research all the court records related in that case. You know that at the time autopsy considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. Remember that aristocracy like Lord von Clint von Zix or something? Oh yeah, that's another thing about Tag Force. You're stuck in tag duels. Fuck tag duels. Someone implored the powers that be allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson declared that he was certain that he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. Dr. Wilson conducted the autopsy. Signature is clearly visible in the document. Promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. My brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Wow. That clue? Indeed, I was accused and indicted and professor for his crimes, conclusive evidence that convicted him, and they were Lord von Zix here to avenge his brother's senseless death, so a marvelous victory in court. Now, remember in Tag Force 5, we're in a tournament, it's like the last round or the finals, and then my partner goes first, or no, the enemy goes, then my partner goes and does nothing, and then the enemy one-shots me on their turn, and I never even got a turn. It was so bullshit, because my partner apparently bricked, and it was just auto game over. So fucking dumb. The enemy gets 2 turns before I get 1. Marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? What are you saying when you said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? Wow. The inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, a secret has been threatened, needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and Britain. Watson or Wilson was a fool using the 2 killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Wilson was a fool! Fat Wilson, I'm gonna go eat now. Do. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. It's all a sham, and I swore to myself I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. I miss when he threw it into the gallery. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here, however. He who fails to squash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, there's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? You find now you believe in evidence? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. One will film on the pretext being the assassin recruited to kill Sashiro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? Truth about the evidence. He acknowledged that what I already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What a secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we wait for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. Very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor, there's no doubt in my mind. Unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So you admit it then. Evidence used my father's trial is fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do speak? This is hearsay right now. Not saying another word. And if your life depends on it. That's right, even then. That's when the tip of the sword broke. Okazuma Sama. Results of Clint Von Zeke's autopsies were fabricated. Investigating Officer Greggs and lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. It can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrett Von Zeeks. That's odd. I thought it was the other guy who was the prosecutor. What are words? The defendant did have a cause organized. The 16 says. I thought this guy was the prosecutor for that fucking case. Exactly as was established earlier. It has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange exchange. Follows the Reaper's true identity. It can only be that a man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baron Von Zeeks. Wait, so what is the evidence he's showing right now anyway? Yeah, you're right. What is the evidence? Is this just hearsay? Evidence. I have evidence. He told me he did it. Hazma Sogi. What? Hearsay of a dead man, too. Convenient. He said everything. He willed his entire estate to me. What a nice guy. What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for a trial 10 years ago? Heard it with my own ears, a shameful admission. The dead man told me to shoot him. So if anything, I'm innocent. I'm the victim. I was coerced by the dead guy. Hearsay, good old hearsay. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Oh, duh. Who else could possibly be the Reaper, you baboons? Or Von Zeeks? I'm surprised the guy even let this trial go on. I gave no such orders, I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Lord Von Zeeks isn't the one behind all this. Then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. Just had a feeling his name was gonna come up. Is it finally the villain? Fuck, I sort of want to throw just to lose. It's Sherlock Holmes. I don't know why this is the point one. Iris Wilson. I sort of just want to get my points back.
Take that!
Iris. It's really palpable now. Overwhelming pressure that's making it almost impossible to speak before this is correct info. Can't back away now, there's no time. What's the matter, counsel? I take exception at the look you're giving me. I was just gathering my thoughts, ready to voice the defense's opinion now. Very well, but before you do, penalty for the time wasted. Well, job here's done. Waste enough time up. Clear to me. Any further discussion in this case will be fruitless. Couldn't you just say this no matter what? Barrett Von Zeeks like to think that however misguided you acted out. Yeah, it's the same thing. I just want my points back. Yes, it pains me to reach the conclusion. No, wait, my lord. According with the findings of this court, I hereby renounce the defendant Barrett Von Zeeks guilty. Terrible tragedy, really. Concludes business. Court is adjourned. Give me my fucking... Why hasn't this guy shut the case down at all? I don't understand why you let this case go on. Only person who arranged the assassin exchange to manipulate the autopsy results. Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Male Strongheart. But there's no evidence to fabricate what Lord Strong. I don't get how Kazuma doesn't understand this. How dumb is he? Did you really think it was the other guy? There was another prosecutor, true 10 years ago, defendant had a prosecution and professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother Lord Von Zieks had been killed. Kazuma's like, that is interesting. How did he? How was he prosecuting over his brother's murder? Wait, how was he prosecuting over a case after another guy who died? Can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Lord Von Zieks. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. Investigation to that point, and supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I say now, yeah, Gaunt was a better, character. He even had that stupid, was it his clap animation where you heard his gloved clap? Yeah, this guy looks almost exact, or looks like very similar to him. I see now. Very much mistaken. But yeah, this guy, they don't even try to hide the fact he's the main villain. Hugely influential force causing Spectre and Coroner break the law 10 years ago. Same force was fought a decade later on the other side of the world by Shiroji Goku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Court awaits your response, my lord. You may already go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, this is no joke. Consider this a formal acquittal by the defense. Doesn't warrant a response. This case is closed. Guilty. Former accuser, don't be absurd. The defense's claims are their nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not gonna defend yourself. This is all based on hearsay of a dead guy. Claim there is some wrongdoing of Lord Clint Von Zieks' autopsy. Utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. A dead guy. Where's your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to descend. What a Maya Faye! What the from out of nowhere steel chair! It's Maya! What the? You mean to say? Forget how the system works in your little backwater country. In the course of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. No intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't be possibly substantiated by anyone or anything. Yeah, backwater country. Order in court. Upon Inspector Gregson's murder in light of Dr. Wolfson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Terrible shame, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the cause of a case that was concluded a decade ago. Terrible shame, really. Accuser brought by the prosecution and defense categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Up, done. Click. Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. There's my face down card. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Von Zieks' autopsy. There is someone, but I'm gonna say there's no one left. Well, game over. I didn't like Kazuma anyway, and his father's probably a dick anyway. There's simply no one left. Terrible shame. He's gone extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far dispatched an assassin all the way to Japan. Sure, Dr. Wilson's silence, and Dr. Syph won't say anything against Strongheart. Inosuke, please. I don't care. Sorry, buddy. Naruhodo, isn't there someone rather important whom you've overlooked? Your silence is beautifully eloquent. I take it we've reached the end of this debate, then. Let the matter be closed for good. Okay, fine. Actually, there is one person. Still satisfied with the autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Ryunosuke, who? Tell me. Kazuma, please, this trial can't end. Not yet. Get lost, Kazuma. You fucked me over this entire trial. I'm not doing this for you. Yeah, because you suck dick at this trial. Doing it for the truth. Person defense would like to call to the stand. Has about the autopsy of Clinton and Zeke says. 19 should be. Okay, should be 9.
Take that!
Denied, huh? What? I want to know why. Oops, that was the wrong answer. I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face. In other words, you're wide off the mark, Ryunosuke. Denied! Thanks, don't spare my feelings or anything. Given the contemptible allegations you're making, counsel, I won't be letting that blunder pass unpunished. Denied! Somebody else present at the autopsy now, though. Surely I haven't forgotten. Really him? Let me see. Forgot if he was prison. Now I'm fucking forgetting. What is the point of this chick anymore? Was it this guy? Or was it fucking Sholmes?
Take that!
Denied, oops. Is it him? Fuck, who's left?
Take that!
Don't deny me. Alright, I better reload to get my fucking points back. Oh my god. Who did I fucking forget? And there's someone, he's got an extraordinary lens to cover his tracks, even so far as special assassin on the way to Japan, yada yada. Our safe won't say anything against Strongheart. There's still one ray of hope. Who indeed? He can't, he just, like, he says denied before I even say it. Alright, I could say a parrot, it wouldn't matter. Is it really him, actually? Let me see, I'm trying to remember the events. Coffin was shut.
Take that!
Denied. Okay, never mind. I think the coffin was already shut. When we saw the body. Who the fuck is left? Better not be him. He wasn't. Fuck, am I missing something? I may actually need help from Chad at this rate. Is it him?
Take that!
Wait, why was he there? Heaven help us, another Japanese. He really was there. Expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yuji Mikotoba, 16 years ago. Camelin or Sashiro Jigokun. Genshin Asogi is the visiting student. What could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was the sole person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. Oh, right. Oh, right. That plot point. Wait, so Dr. Wilson's a hack, right? I forgot about that plot point. Wilson's a fucking hack. Did he actually do anything aside from be fat and die? I forgot. He's literally just fat and dies. That's literally all he does. Primary assistant duty to keep written record of the coroner's report during the procedure. Not a fat coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. Oh, so Wilson, yeah, I forgot. Wilson was actually fat and useless. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. Vance demands Professor Mikotoba be summoned as witness matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in an autopsy laboratory 10 years ago. Something only he can tell us. Vance's demand is denied. What? Well, what? Are you gonna penalize me for that too? Mikotoba's in London at the very moment. You could summon him and stand in minutes. Of course he's not gonna agree to it. Stronger has no intention to summon anyone he knows. Too concerned about protecting himself. So let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten prosecution stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and mastermind the assassin exchange. I did, yes. Present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. Come on, face down trap card. Does he even have cards on the field? Kazuma, do something. This time I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony. That's not evidence, though. Professor, case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past to boost your argument today. Afraid to say, Prosecutor Sogi, you appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Oof. I mean, he fucking, like, played no cards, ended turn, and expects us to win this duel. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to matter at hand. Well, Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Sashiro Jigoku. For any hidden circumstance that may exist, it will be investigated in due course by proper authorities. We all know what will happen. I'll just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. Exactly. Case closed. By what you mean me? No. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you'll be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Good old game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi. You're just a murderer like your father. Grr. Wait for Von Karma to walk through the doors. Wow. That'll be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Here we go. Sholmes. Von Karma. I mean, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. No place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. I remind you, these proceedings are closed to the general public. You'll leave the courtroom at once. Why did the Queen allow Sholmes entrance here? By a message of the Queen. The Queen takes the field. Sholmes is instrumental in the apprehension of Sashiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. Court should hear what he has to say. Denied. Lord Mail Stronghart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? Message from the Queen. Come on, by order of the Queen, damn you. You don't recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be. But the shock of being accused of being the Reaper is erase that from your memory, can it? whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. But seeing that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today, I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture, but they're rabble! They're rabble! They're rabble! After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along with the publications of your superiors? Yes? Yes, sir. You were not guilty, sir. Judicial rabble. Order, order in court. Seems to me we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practice, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. But you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. Auditors in the gallery have no right to express opinion of the court proceed in silence. He's right, the judge has absolutely authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But whether that really do shut up, rabble. I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can also say he doesn't share his witness in a crowd of witness? Trial should go on, son. Was the rabble? Rabble! That's right, we need to clear this up for the young Japanese fellows remaining in custody. Shut up, you rabble! Rabble! You rabble! Lord, you assure those present that you would uncover the whole truth. Bang, just shoot him. Rabble, rabble. Vindicate yourself of that outlandish accusation. Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Rabble, the very foundation of British law. Rabble! Toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Damn it, fuck the rabble. This trial is over. On with the trial, on with the trial. Testify. Rabble. Well, my lord. Rabble are speaking. You hear the voice of British justice, I take it. They're rabble. You can't listen to them. I think you'll find it rather awkward to silence. I am the law. I'm fucking Judge Dredd, right? I'm using my executive. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for a subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives in the courthouse, we shall reconvene. Recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Kotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. Do you believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact? Miss Kotoba's there in the courthouse. Mr. Sean, you didn't know this happened, did you? Dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asked for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Shorms. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruto. Yes. Trust your virus's low lucky charm with you. Absolutely. Still my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Of course. Case the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Toward Stronghold. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. What exactly is trial going to take me? I wonder just how deep am I about to plunge in the blackness of the abyss. Well, I'm ready. Ready to head on to the heart of Maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me in. Finn. Sir, just say Finn. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eiji Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine in Pura Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Gory. Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... This is Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, daughter of Dr. Syph, I understand. Yes, Dr. Syph. Wait, I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Assassin. Summon a strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. Had her eyes bored into my side of my cheek constantly while in the antechamber too. The knifer. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. Revelation about Dr. Syph came to light some days ago to fog the reputation of an entire judiciary. She is therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. Oh, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? As if that ever mattered. Ministry of Justice. Some question of stranger being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. So I never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. It's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. Prosecution understands you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Tisk, Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Oh, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. This autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings. When we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. His secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord von Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. He was absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. As a result of that autopsy, that mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You must have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely, that's precisely why I'm here. That's why I'm here too. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning. Oh. You will state truthfully and accurately on what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. When your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Autopsy of Clint von Zeeks. On observations, consider as any indication the autopsy results haven't been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfix in the heart. I found a little strange. No other signs of eternal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Ah! No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. Mr. Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear in testimony. I'm not a villain. I'll clear things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. Oh, he freely acknowledged it, I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. Court would give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint von Zeke's death. With this testimony we have, without question, covered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. All such horrifying crimes. Curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint von Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I'll escort out your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of superstition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusionist during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. I fully intend to exercise that right. Inosuke. But even the presiding judge has no authority in contravening the letter of the law. I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Oh. Oh yes, I'm rabble. I'm part of the rabble. Yes, I agree. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. While the station considers any indication of Totsuros have been fabricated, death resulted from a wound made by a western sword, fixed to the heart, found a little strange.
Hold it!
Now, for the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. The throats were well mauled. The professor. Correct, and yet Lord von Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say? I think Lord von Zeeks may not have in fact been one of the professor's victims. There's no basis for which to doubt the findings and investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Sogi confessed all his crimes upon his arrest. Well, he admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the Aristocracy. But the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest Genshin ever kept a dog. True hound of hell. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. Just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What exactly was it there? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkling round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps a ring. It's a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring. What's inside the victim's stomach? You're killing me! Pulls the ring. You'll never kill me now. It's in my stomach. If you kill me, I'm taking you with me. Yoink. You can't stop me now, friend. Tom Genshin wore a large ring on the dignus cordis of his left hand, the 4th for a ring finger. Understood it was some sort of keepsake. My father left Japan 16 years ago. I was 8 years old. I remember that ring. I do. Father's possession was sent to her family in Japan after his death. The ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains on a locking in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of this ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They were arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? There it is, a bit dusty when used in the stores. Gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years, and I was found inside the victim's stomach. Om nom nom. Om nom nom. Yes, I'm afraid so. hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Oh well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gore, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny its crucial evidence in today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. That sort of ring normally seen in Japan, so you can make claws protecting that jewelry. Wilson's a loser, alright, we already noticed. But when he was fat, he had a daughter. Nope, not even his daughter. Fat Claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, you're clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Fingers bleeding, the claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Ardo. Even for you, you make such a dangerous ring. Couldn't swallow without doing yourself some serious damage, surely. It's like a mochi bun about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste in it all. It's not as clumsy as me, I'd probably manage to choke on it somehow. Nothing else to it. Ship 789's from Star Quack, 54 months. Let's examine it very carefully, Naruto, very carefully indeed. It's even been swallowed by the victim as a way of pursuing and identifying the assailant. Trying to say what just scratched his throat.
Hold it!
No, the decisive piece of evidence that there is Sogi's arrest. Correct. Further investigation by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. It's a lie, my father was no killer. Very Fonzig, so you twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Hatred to me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. The Buzzer Clinton closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In a way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Our father looks so troubled. Because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh. Couldn't say word to words. The phrasing's very deliberate, I'm sure. I've just had his suspicions all these years. In this case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. Prove any trace of doubt. Establish Kazuma-sama's claim of fabrication evidence is true. You can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. But Miss Howard will be right beside you, whatever may happen.
Hold it!
You couldn't say. Sadly not, when you consider there was any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. As Dr. Wilson decided to perform the procedure according to what he did. At times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like whilst I was away from the operating table. Obviously, I could have missed something. Those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to just a lighter and pass him the implements. Doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So we'd be kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that. As Miko told I think, was there nothing at all seemed out of place to you? Yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death result of removing Western South Sword.
Hold it!
Oh, never mind. Oh. You weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gore? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony could be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Cypher, in the stand, but... I read all the paperwork about the case. Mama's told me the story countless times. Statement I just made is exactly what's written on the autopsy report. I confirmed myself at the time. It's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. Alright, here we go. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh. Said there was nothing of note internally. They did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gore, what was it?
Objection!
Court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you? That's Miko Toba. That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, I can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? The ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. Lies! Entirely feasible Dr. Wilson fabricated the detail about the autopsy. Are you saying that Dr. Wilson? Dr. Wilson in possession of the ring in advance, and afterward was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. Produced it during the procedure. Pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best, with possible evidence to support such a rash claim. This evidence right here. It's the autopsy report. Explicit in the report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. Who wears a ring like that? I have to wonder, what the fuck is this tacky ring? Add when it's, what is it? What is the word for it? Whatever. It's important to him. It's such an awful looking ring. Christ, this is a terrible ring. So good. A Japanese guy wearing a ring like this, sure. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone that contend with. I don't know. My brother's a determined man on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure the evil killers brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. Precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time? Probably is like a stat ring. That's definitely an RPG looking ring. I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Wizards on Starbuck like 64 months. Look at this. I found it. The ring. The one ring. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach. What did you say? Wilson's just fat and incompetent. I found it. But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? I found it. The ring. The one ring. What's that now, Miko Toba? Well, if you swallow the ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that he has, Surely you expect to see damage on the torn esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. I found the ring! Shut up, you Japanese. Dr. Mugotoba, may I remind you, you're Japanese. I'm British. I know everything. That I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Are you gonna explain any of them? Nope. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Why didn't Mikotoba like contest this earlier though? Because isn't it his friend, or did he really not like Kazuma's dad? Maybe he'll explain soon. You'd figure he'd like do something about this. I was right, Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated results autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. No scientific basis on which the doubt demands expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gora, we already have 500 scalpels that you order every fucking month because you were corrupt. Rest assured that your removal of the evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. What? You can't betray me! I beg your pardon, you can't betray me! It was because the guy was blackmailing the her mom, so that's why she had to buy 500 scalpels every month, because she had to pay him off. Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses out with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. You should chop them up. Chop, chop, chop. Dr. Gura, you are fucked up. Your family is fucked up. You're never gonna have a normal life with looking as though. Chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? Just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Genshin Asogi saved my life. What? My father saved your life. It's 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin walked down some back streets of later, and then all of a sudden a dog? Was it the dog attack and he killed it? Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. Assassin. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, alright. This one, their faces obscured by scars. Bang. Next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand, huh? He shielded me. It's on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, what are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. In that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. The ring was stolen from him. You think that's what those thugs were after all that night?
Objection!
Why are you objecting? You pathetic coward. Expect me to believe that you weren't involved. Oh, fuck off, dude. We're like winning. And he wants to like, nope, we win my way. And everyone's like, ah. What do you mean by that? Was you, wasn't? No, we've established. Damn you, you stole my father's ring. We've established the other bad guys, you idiot. Why does he hate Zeke? Zeke's lost his fucking brother. Whatever. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a master and have him arrested.
Objection!
What the fuck is going on? Shouldn't he be like realizing the other guy is the big bad? Kazuma, we've been over this, like, open your fucking eyes. Inosuke. Must know deep down, the truth can be completely scared even when your judgment's only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you're so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this. Just I mean, yes, Von Zieks did it. Thank you, Kazuma. Your check will be in the mail. This is an amusing spectacle. A grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. Extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. Close court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Because of his honor, Baines, isn't that right, Lord Von Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and resigned to his fate. But then, oh my, that is very strange. He's blackmailed. So he did nothing to oppose the charges against him then. It surely mean there was no fabricated evidence wronged him. Obvious conclusion which should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and cloud judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Judge Asogi's silence at this hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Autopsy is all above board. There'll be nothing to stop me trying to bring this trial to a conclusion.
Objection!
For the ear. Oh, nope, we're still in it. So you're finally gonna try to do. Thank you, Ryunosuke. It wasn't for your frank words just now. This trial may very well have ended prematurely. Is he finally gonna do something? Kazuma, farm jungle all game. He's gonna come out. Latest absurdity, counsel. My lord. Your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. Claim my father's silence was due to the fact there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
This is like more conjecture. Silence out Lino being convicted and sent to his death. The autopsy results were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man would have protested. Oh, those results were an invention, right? No question of that. Oh, you're forgetting that 2 people with connection to the autopsy have been assassinated. If I force the grievances I feel for mine, they start to see in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Kazuma-san's created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruto. We can show there was a reason for his father's silence in the trial. He's the one the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. It would have been honor, part of a negotiation perhaps. Honor. Without rhetoric, the court must be shown evidence. Who could possibly say this silence in court? It's Lana.
Take that!
Oops, this is wrong. No, stop! Indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin. Damn you! You could have at least accompanied it with an explanation of why. That was wrong. Kazuma-san probably knew the evidence being used to convict was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in his trial? Only out of protest my innocence till I was blue in the face. I never read about the autopsy results. There must have been a strong reason for silence, wasn't it? Perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. My lord, the defense would like to have Redrick. Escape. Alright, let me see.
Take that!
Genshin Sugi's censor his charges on his conviction. That didn't actually lead to his execution, on the contrary. It led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. Fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such elaborate plan would have been carried out by my father alone. Must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. Here at dismissal notice of a chief warder is working at the prison at the time the notes read. There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to its incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Soviet and the British government. And then they had a sniper in the graveyard as soon as he dug himself out. Sniper! And shot him with the hands. Trade for a silent score to give an assurance that he'd be broken out of prison. If that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I'd imagine he would have kept very quiet. Go further than that, in fact, I would say. Elaborate jailbreak is so easy to explain no other way. Imagine digging yourself out of a grave just to get shot. Order, first fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. Prosecution wished to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses. People can test about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Finally, we get the warden. Jeez. Governor Kaiden, the poor chief warden of the prison. For all this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pattered at times. I assure you he's extremely thorough. He's wired both Barsley and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes said that? Are you telling me that? Both men, unless I'm much mistaken, in the antechamber, waiting just outside the courtroom this very moment. There's like a line of people Sholmes has ready. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. Promise that we'd stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like no more than the latest business to rest once and for all. Oh, is it Barkley? Okay, I'll say Barkley then instead of Barsley. New witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please. Wait, I'm gonna do something with this.
Pronunciation is brought to you by pronouncenames.com.
Okay,
Barkley.
okay, it is Barkley. Okay. Okay. Barkley it is. New witnesses state their names, occupations to the court, please. Barricading Governor Barclay prison. Everyone calls me gossip. I saw jaunty little tidbits pass by you, your other persona, if you don't mind. Persona. I do beg your pardon, of course. Daily Vigil used to be chief warder at Barclay Prison. He's summoned here to court today as to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Lost a professor. Already been through all this before a decade ago, and the conclusion is that there was anything untoward happened. Convict escaped from your prisoner, Governor. Finally, what did you call nothing untoward? Well, convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. The plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. Turns out you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison then, of course. Consequences will be very serious and all likely to capital punishment. Gods, hold on there, laddie. All I did was witness Governor Caden. Oh, aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony, court, cannot be understood, therefore. Think carefully before you speak. Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten to witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. No disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. You may testify before the court and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their frontal check this morning. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Sogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Jailbreak plot. The day the Japanese jock was found guilty, the directive came from the prosecutor's office. Signed the convicted chief warder Vigil here and put the plan in action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Sogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I did not know if there was some negotiation between the convict and prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire. Directive from the prosecutor's office. Saying that was the jailbreak plot. Aye, that's right. You sent it. Who authorized that plan? I didn't reckon that. You're saying you don't know. Listen there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. If the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Sogi and that office. Jailbreak was promised in exchange for Sogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Yes, my lord. Fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Japanese. Very well, proceed, counsel. Jailbreak plot. It was the day that Japanese jock found guilty. Directive came from the prosecutor's office, signed the convict chief warder Vigil here, and put the plan in action behind the scenes. In response to Sogi right until the night of his execution, knew nothing of any plot. I don't know if there was some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire.
Hold it!
The great British Empire. You carry out the plan in its entirety. I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Sogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions will do we get the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Bang. Bijo, is something wrong. His brain blast. My brain. Yes, sir, what can I do for you, sir? He's saluted now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention. Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? The ring. Yes, the ring! Last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooter of Mr. Sogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make a man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. It's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, the intention was always to betray him. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, it's quite true. Whoever negotiated with Sogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. What happened in that vast chamber of secrets that's Barclay behind the high prison walls? I suppose nobody really knows what went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's unsolved mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Do you believe there is some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between the Sogi and the body at the top? Doesn't that quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist you explain these doubts that you have. I meant in your formal testimony. Gods? Aye, go on then. The wow on this death stare. Seems to me the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Oh, fuck, I should show him the will. Committing the crimes, that's what he had to bargain with, surely. I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution, I know, have conclusive evidence against the Carly? I have no idea what that means. This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. Very possibility is conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. All about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago, all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's gonna listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargain at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. Yet the plan to break the man out of prison death in practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Sogi agreed to confess the crimes because he was sure he'd broken out of prison later. I really don't think Kazuma-san's father would have engaged in such negotiation, that perhaps someone compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only a double-crossing man is quite the opposite of justice. Cannot feel him. Something about this apparent negotiation doesn't quite add up. It doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruto. No, it doesn't. Can't quite put my finger on that yet, on that case. Let's keep digging away to find a problem. This is the sword.
Objection!
Oh, never mind. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Sogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true, there's nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Sogi must have had a trump card, something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. He's in Havis. Fella couldn't have possibly had anything like that. Well, apparently he didn't, because he got betrayed anyway, so he must have been a moron. Fuck, is the entire Kazuma family idiots? But you know that he did, Governor. Here's Sogi papers, the name given in the last will and testament against Sogi. Ah? Turns out Mr. Sogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclays. Chief Order Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Ah! Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bar's convict cell. Mr. Sogi pleaded with the warder. Oh, they don't have a sprite model for fucking Kazuma's dad, right? That's why you have to do shit like this. Alright then, what's on that paper? A lost will and testament. The worst will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. After the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. I understand an exhaustive search was made for the document which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Range, what in the blaze of your blood and a boot? Well, it was found right and proper, and the fella's cell where I said it would be. How can that be? We were in the cell. We all searched the place from top to bottom. Oh, it's in his sword, or it's in his sheath or some shit. I don't know. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You peely wallagaloo. I don't know what that even means. Can't criticize me now. I showed it you before, did I know, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. Written in Japanese and reads the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything as it should be. Wrong. Why would you write a will if you're not gonna die? Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? So he described his diamond, the only weapon he had left, yet this will contains nothing of significance at all, even though it would given the convict any leverage. What do you suggest, my learned friend? That the last will and testament stored at Barclays prison all these years is actually a fake. As is clearly been demonstrated already, what went down at Barclay prison was far from above board. Last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something which you only have the former Chief Order's word. Man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No. Definitely heard him say that. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. Waste of time if the will was fake. Where's the real document? Sigil was stabbed in the back by judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, barely nearly his own life. And now you're gonna do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. But honors, clear Barclay prison's hiding something. I'm Rabble. It's clear the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. Clear some illicit negotiations took place. Probably the same guy. Lordship gonna gloss over these obvious reprehensible facts. What did you say? Yeah, I'm a little right. Yeah. The guy wants his job. Yeah. Hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. Trial must go on the rabble. The man's voice must be heard. As if the rabble have any say here. It seems that a vocal few here, utterly blind to the truth. A minority. The vocal minority, yes. The rabble. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you're saying you saw the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. For a response for condemned conduct, attended to Mr. Sogi and kept watch over his cell. Then after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. But we stuffed it up as you know. Turned the cell inside out looking for it after execution, but to no avail. What I found out about the Sogi papers, our directive came telling me to impound them. Document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell, a kimono I think it's called. It's the judiciary, young rabble. Kimono, that's a lie. Search every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Oh, you know, sir, call me a lawyer the once, are you? We whapping your... Ah, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any old hold over me now. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're gonna do, is it? Are you gonna give me a good shake again, or are you too scared, you little bitch? Huh, you little bitch? Ah! You little bitch, you wanna grab me again? You little bitch! Little and large, what a double act. You're not gonna choke me again. Combine with Sogi's will as far as possible. All the personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. Courtesy to the homeland, the most notorious killer the country has ever seen. We're much obliged. I must confirm all my father's belongings arrived safely. Oh, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking it's my father's brushwork. Really? This last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? So we can safely assume the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. The sword, damn you, the sword! Counsel for the defense or cross-examination, please. The sword! Yes, my lord. Was there a... Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, I don't know if it's Twitch or... yeah, I see. I dropped some frames just now. Fuck. I don't think it's Google Fiber, but it could be. Maybe there's like a hurricane in the southeast, but I don't know which server I'm connecting to. Yeah. So. What a response for condemned convicts attending so we can't watch over his cell. So, I don't know if it's the hurricane that's in the southeast. Yeah. Right now, my bitrate's getting mute. I mean, to be fair, it was happening yesterday too, so it might not be that. What server is my Dallas server? Let's see. The hurricane's southeast, right? Yeah. My OBS is dying right now. Give me a second. Oh, my bitrate is dying. I see boy 282 turns strong with my 20 months, so I'll try this. In response to the kind of conduct, and Miss So you can watch over his cell. The night after he's found guilty in court, he's doing something with that will in his cell. He returned to cell and set out looking for after executing no avail. All he found out was Sogi appears in direct to tell him he impound him. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was often a cell kimono, I think it's called. You guys even use kimonos, or is it something else? Okay.
Hold it!
Pleaded if you have to report him, didn't you? Yes, that's right. I'd like to pot, yeah, you didn't tell me a blatant breach of trust that was. You could see the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. According to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned? Oh, it was before the man was reprimanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, the prosecutor's office under supervision of relevant authorities. Was the instructor so you make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland? In that case, why was it found in his cell? Oh, what do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, he would have expected it to remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Well, defense makes sense to point well, Governor. Prisoner Governor, can I expect to come the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? Okay. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed light on the matter. Denied. I'm unable to offer explanation here now. I would have to consult a notary responsible for the will at the time. That my father's will discovered in his cell is clean and consistent with what was expected. I want to know why. The next book on this way there. Well, the thing about that will.
Hold it!
The governor ordered a search for the will, as I understand. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by a cravat and yelled, "It can't have disappeared completely," in my face. Aye, well, it's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. And the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruto. Point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? It proved impossible to find. That's right. Before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murder risen from the dead. Yes, you mean. An article based on Drebber's experience in Moorgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. The aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison was on their immediate dismissal. Afraid I really don't remember anything after that. Governor of the prison, I had no choice. Couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
That directive came from the same source as the one instructing him about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? Did I kind of for then I didn't come now? All I can tell you is that my own orders were to do everything in my power to find that document, and the directive said I'd be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will. Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I was wondering if it was really Genshin Asogi's last word testament that sender that directive was after. Take out your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects from during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible in the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance around his sword. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword, there we go, yeah, it's in his sword somewhere. Sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan, bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it. Wasn't really getting at that. Get and being the sword kind. The man have a more obvious weapon. Have some respect and let's give respectful silence. Warders carry firearms at all times and inmates have shackles around their ankles. You couldn't have hurt anybody without them. Still, was allowed a sword, no writing materials. I wrote that will before he came stiff as at Barclay, you see. Toba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hand-sheet rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote them, sorry to say, the letters just looked like squirming of a jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Brain blast. Feeling faint, Mr. Vigil. Another brain blast. Mr. Vigil. Sir. It was Scarlet, sir. He wrote it with his blood. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. This way more explain would be helpful. Some of the testimony we just heard, if you recall something of importance. Damn it, my stupid boy. Something of importance, possibly or possibly not. I might not tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. Fucking Riddler. Lord Defense asked if Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement a testimony with his possibly or possibly not important detail. Fuck the Riddler. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Riddler.
Objection.
Oops, this isn't it. That's where you press it.
Hold it.
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. Even by the dim light of the cell, I remember thinking that was unusual. I might have to look at the document. I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Yes. Is that really what you saw? Well, sir. Something wrong, Lord Strongheart. I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruto? Well, it's trying to be so visibly shaken that way. I did not have it. You can plainly see the writing here. It's black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document Sogi was holding that night? Well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. It was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Sogi told me. Court need waste no further time in this matter. We have the will in question or possession. Nothing more to add. Will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding on under? You have an inkling, Mr. Naruto. You must present it at once. This one doesn't give much away. This will really was pinned by Kazuma, so it's fun. I wonder what he could possibly have been. Described it as a weapon. It's trying to sound very much like Sugi actually had nothing. When I break him out of jail, went ahead, which means I must have had some bargain in town. Must have been hiding something, so an explanation makes sense. It's starting to sound like Sugi actually might have had something. Which is it, Naruto? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. It's not all the information again, so more. Kind of look in the smallest detail. Absolutely.
Hold it.
I hate when I might be forced to pass out. That mean you converse with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was stretched slow time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. That he confessed in full to the crimes. Yeah, I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. Still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man. What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
Yes, he really did this, This one's a long one. So I'm trying to substantiate what you're saying rather than contradict it. Okay, I should press on here. Where's the damn secret, damn you? The blade!
Hold it!
That was like a squirming jet black earthworms to me. I found out a passion in calligraphy. I found the profound black color, assuming it to be very soothing. Trying to cursive Japanese script must look utterly impressive with English eyes. Anyway, that's the document that was found in the fellow's kimono. Despite the seriousness of his crime, they treated in a gentlemanly fashion until the end. When he was constantly betrayed and shot dead in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night, yes. The gentlemanliness of it is overwhelming. Fuck, Vigil, you're useless. Here's a picture of your stupid wife.
Objection!
What the fuck? Perhaps I'm mistaken and I don't fucking know what he wrote then. perhaps a mistake and you're useless.
Hold it! Hold it!
Well written in scarlet ink. What do I have? Let me see. Have any goddamn thing in there? Understand. What the hell am I looking for? Damn it! What the hell else is left? I ran up on the right fucking line.
Hold it!
Okay, I've already done all of them, I think. Damn. I may need help on this one soon. I'm not even sure.
Hold it!
I'm just looking at this over and over. Still stuck going again. Yeah, this is such a long one.
Hold it!
It's not a press all again, but there's something missing.
Hold it!
God damn it. Did I have to go next one as well? So much dead evidence.
Objection!
No, what the hell? Alright, time to throw out this. I don't fucking know. Perhaps I'm mistaken. And what the fuck? If it's not the fucking will that I'm supposed to show you, what the hell? Fucking tug on it. I need help.
Objection!
What do you think, my lord? Yeah, I'm asking the judge. Plead himself. Okay. fucking unsure of this one. I'm not sure what the hell to do. Alright, I don't know. Does it have anything to do with the last statement or no? I don't fucking know at this point. I don't know. I have to read one of the things. Here we go. I don't get this though, wait. I guess this is right before his execution. I guess that's what the autopsy's for. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I see it now. Okay.
Objection!
Scarlet colored red is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. Here's exactly what you did see. What? However, there's no evidence to say that. Oh, look at this report. That's your brother's autopsy report. There's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, but I fear they may, but I would hazard a guess. No one will go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? I don't understand. Are we talking about... I thought we were talking about Kazuma. Or Genshin, I mean. Which is not appreciated. My brother's a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? Point is this, whatever Lord Clint von Zix was writing in that unusually colored ink. Wait, they were talking about Clint? I thought we were talking about the will that Genshin was fucking talking about. Okay, never mind. Maybe I'm completely lost. Must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Clint was punctual about such things, it seemed unusual. No document penned in the color of the ink that was the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Me suggesting that the document my father had in his hand the night in his cell was the same document Lord Clint von Zix made moments before his death. Oh, there we go. Then it was. Mr. Vigil's testimony is believed. It can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil, sir. Spot Mr. Sugar the document in his cell. His precise words is as follows, were they not? Alright then, what's on that paper? Lost Will and Testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. It's such a shitty weapon concern. Like, 10 years they weren't punished for stabbing you in the back, so the Kazuma clan must be morons. Ha! Don't ever kill me with this weapon. Oh no, they killed me! Lost Will and Testament. Conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says. And what we now know completely changed the meaning of what Sogi said. Ah, they would never betray old odd one. I have the paper just to solve this. Really think. Vigil didn't see the convict with a will. Wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. Last one testament, Lord Clint Von Zeeks. What? Damn, I don't know how that screen bit raise getting killed. This is madness, my brother's last one testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. It's utterly out of the question. Lord Von Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor, consumed him day and night, whatever happened. He would never abandon his investigation before its conclusion, never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he'd be willing to accept his own death.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure there was right in his will moments before his death. Genshin Asogi came in possession of that document, so that what could it possibly have contained? That is something that couldn't be made public under any circumstance whatsoever, because out of that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. Something so damning that it prompted the powers to be enacted as daring jailbreak prompt. Yes. No question will contain information of the utmost secrecy. Well, that was a very shitty plan, considering the dude got shot immediately. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah. No, it couldn't be. Heard more than enough. Well, pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can test haven't seen serves absolutely no purpose. And we're done here. Well, let's go get fish and chips. My treat, gentlemen. Easy. My lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? Last one testament of Genshin Asogi in his possession was that of Lord Clint Von Zeeks. All the testament evidence presented in the court has logically led us to that as a possibility, not a duty. Pursued a line of reason to its conclusion. No possible means of knowing the contents of the document. There's no line of reason to pursue. One problem with fish and chips places is it smells like crazy. There's one that was actually near the TSM house that I'd go to. But yeah, the place stunk obviously of fish. Cause yeah, damn fish. It was pretty good though. Reason why Lord Clint Von Zeeks, man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret beyond the judiciary were willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. One explanation that fits those facts. Wait, if I can like half thinking about fish and chips right now. Oh, because it was obviously hunting about truth that turns everything on its head. The killer was him. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruto. However difficult this situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sano, hold your head high, keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Von Zeeks left behind a will. Well, that Genshin Asogi is able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details of the will were related to the professor case. Yes, the identity. The defense last statement's mere conjecture. Well, fish and chips? What are you getting at, man? Fish and chips, my treat. Let's all go, guys. Yay, goes the gallery. Yay, the ravel. Fish and chips. Let us all have fish and chips, gentlemen. My treat. Hey, no scale. As soon as the words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. Fish and chips time, damn you. For free! On the house, all you can eat fish and chips. I believe the last one testament of Lord Clint Von Zeeks was in fact an accusation. Yes, it must have been an accusation. Accusation, uh-oh. Being the true identity of Professor, which would explain why Sogi took it since he was the one implicated by the document. No, in that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Sogi any writing power at all. And you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person. No, if that were the case, the two men surely collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Argument falls down. I object to the penalty too. Apparent that the defense explanation is no real subject. Yeah, line of inquiry is dead. Come on, Rionovsky, I know you. Seen the heart of this, haven't you? Oh, I have to go through this again? Okay. There's no way, wait, is he? Wait, there's no way. Oh, it is, okay, I see. This family does suck then. You can do this now, Rodo. Hey, Lord Clint Von Zieks actually penned that day. It was a confession. Confession. Regarding the mass murder known as the Professor. And his true identity. Enough, counsel. What are you saying? I am guilty. Von Zieks is like, I killed Gregson. Alright, case closed, guilty. You even realize. A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean. Lord Von Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. It's the only explanation that fits. Killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. Man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It's a fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Von Zieks himself. Where am I pointing at? I'm pointing at the other prosecutor. Finally open Pandora's box. Great Von Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the Britishers for years. God riddance to them, and Lord Clint Von Zieks is the paragon of justice in the capital. But it was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be ruined. Brother. What is this too often, man? Lord Von Zieks, your family's garbage. Get out of here. No wonder though. But he'd never suspect. So now Lord Varric Von Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable? He didn't realize that his older brother really was. Order in court. I miss Odar. Lord Von Zieks. Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? A really big dog? No, I don't know what you mean. Now that you mention it, we did have a big, really big dog. Yes, he did. Wow, Monk, he was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Monka, You know what? Maybe we did. Maybe we didn't. I don't believe this. My brother would go hunting in the forest to the grounds behind the house. He always took Baumo. To Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. Shit, I need to sneeze. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. What happens that myself and my colleagues come across such a collar during our time in London? Oh, the fucking Holmes one, right? That plot point. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Top of a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? Emblem bearing the initial B. Oh my, you know it. Signia of the Baskerville family. What's the Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. Purigold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you described was Balmo's. Family insignia of Lord Clint von Zeke's widow. Considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know it was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could have equally been from human prey. True then, I never trusted that Clint von Zeke really was the professor. Impossible, these Japanese are making it up to exonerate their own. The Japanese are to blame. But the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals is a noble himself. That threatened to be an enormous scandal that irrevocably destabilized British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought against him. The very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly. Well, it worked, because the guy's insurance wasn't really useful. Well, and you denied Lord Strongheart. 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. Though his anonymity remains, diabolical murder was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Wow, he's gonna throw him under the bus. I will drive the bus. Let me run him over. Tell me then, tell me what Clint really was. Clint was a monster. He ravaged women. He murdered people for sport. Lord Clint von Zeke is too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor when in pursuit of black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society, water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, grown daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint von Zeke made it his mission to combat that darkness. Time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, this somewhat surprising, terrible tragedy that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father Genshin Asogi turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. Wait, I thought that it was his office, not his home. Or does his house also have the wait, wait. Oh, no, he came at the prosecutor office. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it came to my office one night, right? Never mind. And he comes from our country's most illustrious families, the paragon of justice here at the capital. That's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. Shut up, Asogi. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. Keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need a full support of judiciary for this. We're up against a member aristocracy. So a large family estate as a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on tenuous accusations of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Von Zeke's mansion on his own. Can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Even though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint von Zieks perished. Terrible shame. I don't believe this. Terrible shame. In actual fact, Kazuma's father did. He made the late Lord von Zieks meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor killings. Taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. Terrible tragedy. Well, what about the will? What will? So you must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. Well, time to close the case. I'm just gonna walk out, get fish and chips. Terrible, terrible what happens. The Von Zieks will never recover. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all. It was you then, in the crimes of my father. I did what was needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. I'm a hero, even if that meant employing unforgivable ruse. No, it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered the detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. You off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was a Sogi murdered Lord Von Zieks. The house staff made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, no doubt it was that Japanese fella. We haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man, and worse than that, doesn't keep a dog, so we're short a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. Put a stop to the man's rampages for the good of the country. We'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. It's that night 10 years ago when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets. Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Me and the boys. And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson. Feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during an autopsy. In light of that decisive evidence, Sogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he actually already struck a deal with his accusers, which he agreed to silently accept the charges' dumbest plan ever. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, I father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply, you see. He had one crippling weakness. Wow. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Sogi. Me. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, so you see, like I said, I don't think they have a 3D model to like use properly. So everyone has to stand awkwardly outside his jail cell like this. What? They do have one, then why haven't we seen it? Why does everyone stand awkwardly? This is like the only time the camera is like this. Oh, here you have a 14-year-old son. That's not a model, that's like almost a sprite, that wax model. They'd have to rig it to move and stuff. Okay, so they have a wax model. Okay. Here you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. You'll see Japan and your son again. There's a difference between a still fucking model and a model that moves and does actions and stuff. Yeah, it probably is a fucking sprite, that wax model. It's probably not even 3D at all. Okay. Was it 3D? Okay, whatever. It was just still, you scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Whatever rash claims you make in my court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget I still have a weapon at my disposal, so use the dunce, the document revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Ha! You'll never kill me, you can't betray me. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. You did it for me. As I told him at the time, my motto was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. Protect this country's law and order. What a great country, at any cost. What a hero. Patriot. He should be the next Prime Minister.
Objection!
He's a hero. I had never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak von Zeeks? But the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I tell you? What brazen. I knew you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. Angel of bloody hands, I think not. Those who had cooperated with me were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure the finger of guilt would never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Patrick Wilson left Britain 4 years ago and he was invited to work in Japan. That's right, I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Syfe. So with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in a mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. Are those guys still on the stand, by the way? I forgot. Aren't the Wonder Duo still on the stand? Can we go home now? No! Lord, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who started the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, yes. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. I'm a patriot. Lord Strongheart did it. What a hero. I love him. Unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. All those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. It was all in the aid of keeping London safe. Hurrah! Hip hip hooray! He saved us. God bless Strongheart. No one left now can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present beyond these four walls. Nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. Trust you all appreciate the importance of my request, of course, for the good of the country. Yes. Can we do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
Wow. I have one last question. Who shot him? Wow. For the accused, Lord Von Zeeks. What? Of course I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. You never suspect your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. But the sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. The nobles, damn nobles, since they were nobles. They were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil, damn nobles. Rich people are good, they donate parks, damn you. Coincidentally, at the same time, Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. What made you suspect? Yes. The nobles, though, Pepe hints. There was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clinton wasn't the culprit, that was my conclusion at the time. Still believe that now. How many evidence to support that idea? Third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstance, I don't think my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Where are the other? Okay. Well, that will do. Well, that'll do. It's almost as if all the victims benefited a certain person. That will do. Well, fish and chips. Life is good, guys. The Clinton and on Zeke's orders against Sogi still walk to surf. Oh, let us complete this, yes. There we go. However much we debate this now, I cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-gone ring act as incriminating evidence condemned Genshin Asogi and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've explained. Well, good to go. Later today I'll present myself to the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. Terrible tragedy, yes, I will gladly take this punishment. Tears in the eyes. That is all. Court is adjourned. Zero. 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 Genau. As he's like halfway towards the door. Zero. Well, gotta go. Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid. Must insist the trial continue. I beg your pardon? Fish and chips are about to close. Court has been reminded today already. We must stop at nothing and uncover the whole truth. To that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. Oh, what contradiction? All I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Von Zieks and a recollection of his brother. Lord Strongar didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. Nope, I merely pointed out we can draw no further useful conclusions. Where there's the contradiction, we can all go home. See, no more people will die, isn't that nice? Let us all reconvene, you know? One have definitely just said something contradictory. What was he saying right before I really said blah blah blah? Lord Von Zieks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarred. What did I say? Go over it again, find it. Clinton wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. So he had recognized my brother's potential training as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, I'm thinking my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? Whoa! 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 It's racist, man. Count on information about your brother and third victim just now. Somebody said it was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we had. Consistent. Maybe not inconsistent rows from words that are defendant's mouth. We have a duty here. To an explanation. What are you playing out? If I were to see defense intention here, clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with defendant's words?
Take that!
Okay, nope, no. Fuck, what does this say? It makes it very clear indeed. There's no yes. Well, naturally. Contradiction your last squarely with you, counsel. Oops. 1 life point left. Have the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was the mistake of my life. Hey! Hey! Fuck you! Why don't you help me here? You have the evidence. Go suck my dick. Fuck you. You want a better lawyer? I'm fucking out of here. I'm gonna go fish and chips with Strongheart. Fuck you guys. Don't you dare show your face again at my door once this trial's over. Fuck you guys. Gonna be lonely around the Naruto dinner table in the future. Fuck you guys. Fuck all of you. That's all I'm like, Naruto. We don't need to think again. The food station. Oh mine. It's just that. Yes, of course. Fuck these guys. Fuck all these guys. Alright. SPN Northstar didn't permit speak at land. Oh. Okay. Let's do a pick here. This time, yeah, indicative of Dune. You just ought to lose if you pick that one. That's stronger, I'm sure, but something so set me off when we understand. Back over his words for no problem. Okay, Von Zieg's against you, so he's still left here. How much we debate in this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. Oh, this. The ring adds the incriminating evidence condemning Shisogi and the 3-page last will. Oh yeah, game over. Yeah, it's over. Okay, game over. Okay, there we go. Game over. Alright, he loses. It's like the saying the cards are blue at the back. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? On the statements you made just a few moments ago. Something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent, whilst an inconsistency remains. Vance has the right to pursue an explanation. No scheme. Don't worry about the statements you're making, counsel. Let me very well prove fatal. Why does he pulls out a gun? Sorry, friend. Claim my words contain a contradiction. Which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
No. It's not the game. Fuck. I don't know why right now. I don't know if it's the hurricane. I could try to switch servers, but I have to restart stream. But yeah. It's not the Switch. It's the my bitrate is getting torn apart. I don't know if it's like the Twitch servers or something because of like the hurricane. I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, my bad if the stream's like cutting out a bit. Yeah, I've been dropping frames the last like 30 minutes. Okay. Now the server I'm running is the Dallas one because it's closer, but yeah. Right now it's been dropping frames for like a while. No, I'm not in a hurricane. There's a hurricane in the southeast. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but the last 2 days have been weird with Twitch. Okay, yeah. I don't know if it's the hurricane. I'll just blame the hurricane. It's either Twitch or the hurricane. Okay. But Dallas is far away from it, I'm pretty sure, so. 2-paged whale. What? Moments ago, your precise words were 3-page last will in the Testament. That's such a boneheaded blunder. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. Oh, mere trifle, I see. When you get old, you miss, when you get old, you like, forget things. 2 equals 3. I forgot. My English is bad, yes. I meant 2 then. Oh, I thought it was 1, 3, 2, 4. Oh, it's actually 1, 2, 3. That's what I mean. Yes, yes. Trifle. Governor Caden. Oh, what could I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I'm throwing you under the bus now. I was there for sure. I remember the black verum scrolls to this day, and quite soon, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Well, the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to this lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, required only his will. We wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan. This is like World War I, where they screen every message. War's going really well. Thumbs up. Why is there no other message? Thumbs up. War's going great. So as decided, the 3rd page ought to not be sent.
Objection!
Been raised from my 71 months. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said. I should hear my father's final words to me. Quorum's no place for sentimentality, council. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document here now, you son of a bitch. My father's message. It'll be given to you at the end of these proceedings. Yeah, fuck. Okay, maybe I should just restart stream. Let me look. Okay, maybe I can switch servers. Let me see. Fuck. Yeah, if it keeps going on like this, maybe I should switch. You guys claim most streams are fine. I can switch servers real fast.